would be Ambassador Zamir Akram. Ambassador Zamir Akram is currently Advisor to Strategic Plans Division, Government of Pakistan. He holds a master's degree in International Relations from the London School of Economics and Political Science. He also served as the Honorary Dean of the Geneva School of Diplomacy in 2010, where he was awarded as honorary doctorate. He has served as Pakistan's ambassador and permanent representative to the United Nations and other international organizations, and has served in the former Soviet Union, India, United States, and the United Nations. He has dealt with key issues including Kashmir, Afghanistan, nuclear disarmament, human rights, and counterterrorism in his career. He continues to write articles for major Pakistani newspapers and international journals covering these issues. School of Economics, President of the Russian Political Science Association, and Chairman of the RPSA International Cooperation Council. His areas of expertise include international security, peacekeeping, conflict resolution, international relations, NATO policy and Russia-NATO relations, nuclear policy and non-proliferation, regulation of the private military and security companies, and civil military relations. Our third speaker for this session is Dr. Gyoshe Tong. He will be joining us online. Dr. Gyoshe Tong is a professor at the Department of International Relations School of Global Governance of Shanghai University of International Business and Economics. He is the director of the Center for South Asian and Indian Ocean Studies and is in charge of the Institute of International Study and Policy Analysis of the Shanghai University. He is also standing member of the Shanghai Association for International Studies and the Shanghai Association for American Studies. His main areas of interest are geopolitics, China's foreign policy, and South Asian security. This session will be moderated by Dr. Nasir Hafiz. Dr. Hafiz is a director research at SVI Islamabad. He holds a PhD from Department of International Relations, National Defense University, Islamabad. He has been associated with the School of Advanced International Studies, Johns Hopkins University, as visiting research associate in South Asian Studies Center. His research areas are national and international security, nuclear strategy, nuclear diplomacy, non-proliferation, arms control and disarmament, discourse analysis, strategic foresight, and scenario planning. Now I would hand over this session to Dr. Nasir Hafiz to moderate the remaining of the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisha. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are opening our Islamabad Non-Proliferation Conference with a conversation on strategic stability and contemporary world order by an eminent panel of experts from Russia, China, and Pakistan, setting the stage for our discussions for today's conference. So let me open up this conversation with few remarks on the understanding of the nuclear strategy as well as strategic stability. Nuclear weapons are not weapons of war, and to some extent they are considered as political weapons of conceptual domain. Nuclear strategy formulation is therefore an argumentative struggle in the conceptual plane to influence the decision-making loop of the adversaries. A contradiction in term, the art of the use of non-use. Such a characterization, however, should not be misunderstood. The essential practical aspects of credible nuclear deterrence are important and will continue to have relevance. In today's contested world, while the global powers continue to modernize their nuclear arsenal, they also realize the harsh reality that the nuclear war is not winnable. Americans deliberated this delicate balance of terror more than others and realized quite early the essence of nuclear strategy in seeking strategic stability. Despite rivalries, both the superpowers found common interest in negotiating an acceptable state of vulnerability to strengthen the strategic stability. Ladies and gentlemen, strategic stability is not an automatic, rather a constructed and a deliberated condition. It cannot be achieved unilaterally. Cooperation by the adversary is essential. It is not always favorable and desirable by all parties. it is rather constraining. It is a negotiated position to avoid mutual suicide. Moreover, the emergence of new disruptive technologies, non-nuclear technologies, further problematize the fragile strategic stability. It is ideal in a bipolar condition and gets complicated in a multipolar setting as we face it today. How we can manage this complex relationship of strategic stability and strategy, and with the combination of the technology in contemporary world order, or you can say disorder. We have a panel today. So I would request Ambassador Zamir Akram to first take the floor, sir, and share with us your thoughts on this issue. We will have 10 to 15 minutes for each speaker. Then we'll have another 2 to 3 minutes to further conclude or have some ideas by the speakers. And then finally, we will open the house for question and answer. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Hafiz, and Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to be here with you this morning and speak on this very important subject. Let me begin by saying, sharing my understanding of what I think ought to be a definition or a consideration of strategic stability in a global context or even a regional or bilateral context. In order to maintain, manage geopolitical or conflicting geopolitical or strategic interests, strategic stability between, at the global level, as I said, or regional or bilateral level, can only exist when there is an existence of credible deterrence between the contesting powers. And if this credible deterrence does not exist, or there is an imbalance in this balance of terror, then the order or the relationship is likely to break down. Now, coming quickly to what is the current environment, the international environment, the contemporary international order or disorder, as you would like to see, I think what we are undergoing right now can be traced back almost to 1991, and I would say starting with the disintegration of the former Soviet Union and the emergence of the United States as the sole superpower. At that time, the US believed itself to be an indispensable nation, but it also sought a global order in which the US would be the dominant or the hegemonic power, and that it would, and its policy since the Clinton administration at least, was to pursue a policy of preventing the emergence of a peer competitor. Its national security strategies since that time have underscored the need for full spectrum dominance. And that, of course, created an international environment where the US exercise of its unipolar power led to the US acting in a unilateral manner, ignoring the UN General Assembly, the UN Charter, or the UN Security Council. And we had instances of the attacks on Iraq and then later on Libya and Syria and all the other places that we have seen. Afghanistan, of course, beginning with Afghanistan, but at least for Afghanistan, the US had a legitimate reason because of the terrorist attacks, but subsequently the other policies that were followed by the Bush administration could not be justified. I think one of the two areas in which the US pursuit of full spectrum dominance has brought us to the present state of affairs, one was, of course, in Europe. And ever since the Clinton administration, the incremental enlargement of NATO has been the key issue that has brought us to a situation of this Ukraine war. And this is unfortunate because when the Cold War ended, the then US the senior President Bush had actually assured, it was a verbal assurance, but it was an assurance, to first Mr. Gorbachev and then to his successor, that the US would be sensitive to Soviet and Russian security concerns, and that this assurance was the basis on which Moscow accepted the unification of Germany and the breakdown of the Berlin Wall and the rest of it. So this is a major breach from the Russian point of view of the understanding that the US had, and the incremental enlargement of NATO is seen as a threat by the Russians as a threat to Russian national security. So that's in the European theater. But then the pivot to Asia during the Obama administration has created somewhat of a similar situation of confrontation between the other rising country, and that is China, and then the creation, as you know, of the Quad and AUKUS and all the rest of it, the tensions in the South China Sea, the East China Sea, the Taiwan Strait, the idea that the US and its allies want to implement or ensure a rules-based order. But on the other hand, this very rules-based order is being violated, as we see in the Middle East today, or as we see in the behavior of the United States itself, as I mentioned, in the Middle East and other parts of the world. So in this environment, of course, it's natural, I think, that the Russians and the Chinese have entered into an alliance and have declared that this is an alliance with no limits. And so what we have is that from the days of the Cold War, characterized by a bipolar world, after the Soviet disintegration, we moved into a unipolar world dominated by the United States. And now, with the rise of China and a resurgent Russia and the outbreak of war in Ukraine and the confrontation between the Chinese and the Americans in the Asia-Pacific region, what we are witnessing is the emergence of a very unstable multipolar order. Now, this is the geopolitics. This is the geopolitics. But what is the impact on the issue that we are focused on? And the first impact, I think, is that the credibility of deterrence has eroded enormously, especially in Europe. And there is valid concern that you are fighting a conventional war under a nuclear shadow. And this environment can escalate, even accidentally, unintentionally, it can escalate to the war, to the use of at least tactical nuclear weapons. And you have seen recently the announcement that was made by President Putin on the circumstances that the Russians could consider the use of nuclear weapons. And this kind of confrontation is obviously being triggered by the export of highly sophisticated long-range conventional weapons, such as the missiles that are being provided to Ukraine, the F-16s and the rest of it. You know that very well. So Ukraine or Europe is now virtually a nuclear tinderbox, and it can take off anytime. We are one mistake, as the UN Secretary General said, we are one mistake away from Armageddon. The other problem is that all three nuclear powers, and then the subsequent events at regional levels, and I'll come to that in a bit, but all three nuclear major powers are upgrading their nuclear capability. So there's horizontal and vertical proliferation of nuclear weapons and nuclear capabilities. Modernization of the triad of delivery systems, and use of and development of new missiles like the hypersonic glide vehicle, etc. And of course, the induction of new and emerging technologies like cyber, artificial intelligence, and all on the rest of it, quantum computing, into weapon systems. And now we are dealing with the possibility of having automated lethal autonomous weapons or automated drones that could be used already being used in war. So that is the third aspect, is that there is a complete breakdown of any kind of arms control negotiations. The talks between the US and the Russians on the resumption of New START, or between the Chinese and the US, is not taking place. And the fourth aspect is that existing arms control treaties, ever since the breakdown of the Cold War, at the end of the Cold War, have been either rejected, such as the ABM treaty and the INF treaty by the US, and no prospects of any kind of new agreements are possible, because the forums where these kind of things can be negotiated, like the Conference on Disarmament, is in a state of stalemate for the last 2.5, 3 decades. So this is the status where we are. I'm going through it very quickly, because we can go into details. Finally, I just want to focus a bit on our own region, because how does this international environment impact us? And I think the great power competition at the global level is being played out in South Asia because of the fact that the US and India are engaged in a strategic partnership that is aimed against China and containing China and confronting China. In this process, the US has, of course, assisted the conventional and strategic military buildup of the Indians. This poses, in my view, an existential threat to Pakistan. So that is the first kind of problem that we have vis-a-vis, as a result of this global development. It's also leading to the induction of new and emerging technologies by the Indians, and to a certain extent by us as well in response. So the situation is becoming unstable. That's the first impact. The second impact is that there is direct pressure on Pakistan to undermine the Pakistan-China strategic relationship. And that we see in very clear terms is manifest in the attacks, the terrorist attacks that are taking place in Pakistan against the Chinese and Chinese interests, such as the attack in Karachi a few days ago. Now this, in my view, is the consequence of Indian terrorism. And unfortunately, this Indian terrorism is not recognized or even accepted that it is taking place in Washington, even though a resurgent, aggressive, belligerent India has resorted to such kind of terrorist activities on US and Canadian soil as well. So in this environment, the situation in South Asia is extremely precarious. And we have our own arms race that is underway between Pakistan and India. And in this situation, our only hope, our only way out, is to ensure credible deterrence through what we call full spectrum deterrence, our approach to this. We don't have time to go into details, but if there are issues and comments that you want to raise, I would be happy to discuss this in the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think very elaborate, I think, historical development of the current contemporary world order. So we are quite aware, and I think he has very rightly indicated that the US is very uncomfortable with the emergence of a multipolar order. So what they are trying to, or in one way or the other, in the expansion of the NATO, as you were saying, they have underestimated the Russian reaction. So whatever the sensitivities of Russians are, in fact, they are a reaction to something. So that reaction has initiated, and unless that action has been stopped, the reaction cannot be controlled. So I'm sure that sufficient ideas have been presented, which will be discussed in the Q&A. So now I hand over the floor to a teacher, Dr. Alexander. So he's going to give us a Russian perspective on the world order as well as the strategic stability. So over to you, sir.
Thank you. Esteemed conference participants, I would like to share some observations regarding the strategic stability and contemporary world order. This is a view from Moscow, but not necessarily of official Moscow. We all present here in personal capacities as individual experts. Strategic stability as a notion, as a term, could be understood in different meanings. In a narrow sense, in a nuclear world, it is something which creates conditions when no nuclear power has a motivation to make a first nuclear strike and escalate to a nuclear war. But we can use the notion of strategic stability in a broader geopolitical sense, meaning that international stability is a preservation and non-violation of an existing relative balance between powers and national interests of major global actors. Both Pakistan and Russia and some more countries want reorganization of the world order, but we all want it in different ways. The Western commentators call the Russian position as revolutionarism or revisionism. Yes, Russia is shaking international stability, but in the nuclear world, obviously Russia is interested in preservation of nuclear strategic stability, understood, as I mentioned before, as preserving conditions when no side has motivations for a first nuclear strike. And understanding of the nuclear deterrence in Russia currently has been widened during the debates about the reorganization of the Russian nuclear doctrine. Now, we are considering that deterrence should not only deter other nuclear states from attacking Russia, but also it should deter other states from certain non-nuclear political and military steps. And we mean here Ukraine, but we also, most of all, mean the collective West represented by NATO. Another new consideration in the Russian debates about the nuclear doctrine is that aggression of a non-nuclear state, but with participation and support from a nuclear state, for example, Ukrainian actions supported by United States or by other Western powers, would be considered as a joint aggression against Russia, opening a probability of a nuclear response. Another novelty in the Russian nuclear doctrine considers that we added some new points to the 4 cases that were listed before in the Russian nuclear doctrine, which may evoke the use of nuclear weapons by Russia. Now, we add circumstances that threaten sovereignty and territorial integrity. And this definition, sovereignty and territorial integrity, it is wider, it is broader than the former definition that only when the very existence of the state is threatened, only then Russia would use nuclear weapons. Now we are talking about a broader definition when the sovereignty and territorial integrity is touched. We're trying to count how many arms control agreements we concluded in different decades. And it's an interesting graph which shows that the 70s and 90s were specific decades when more than 20 in the 70s and more than 30 arms control and disarmament agreements were concluded during the decade. But then we downgrade to 10s and to 7 and now practically to 0. And when we compare the quantity of approximately 70,000 nuclear warheads, which both Russia and the United States possessed in the mid of 80s, we may be even satisfied that now not more than 13,000 warheads in the whole world exist. But we understand that the construction of arms control started, and it has not been started in 2014 when Crimea events happened, not in 2022 when Russian special military operation began, but as early as in 1979. Here is a list of approximately 20 agreements which were either cancelled or broken during practically each year, starting from the end of the 70s. Geopolitically, now we observe something which I call the end of post-Soviet space. In which meaning? Not in the meaning that Soviet past not anymore influencing, but Soviet past of many, Soviet belonging of many former republics is not anymore the main factor in their behavior. In the behavior of Ukraine or Azerbaijan or Kazakhstan, a new group of factors arrived. Practically, Russia took a place of the Western list of threats in the eyes of the collective West, somewhere next to the ISIS, to Iran. President Yeltsin, when he was in power, first decade after collapse of the Soviet Union, considers that Russia is large, but regional power. Our region is CIS, our region is Kazakhstan, Belarus, but not more. But Putin, then Medvedev, then Putin again, considers that Russia is a global power with global interests. But what are the global power criteria? We did a study in our institute and we inserted into the computer many types of data regarding all 193 countries of the world. Some main parameters which we're trying to compare were percentage of this or that country in world population and world economy, possession or non-possession of nuclear weapons, also recognition of the state as regional leaders. And we came to interesting calculations. There are 10 countries which accumulate 60% of the world population, 72% of the world economy, and 80% of global military spending. These are those 10 leading powers. And we understand that we, as Russia, we need to expand and develop relations within this group. Practically, that is a group which is influencing the current and future state of the world order. Regarding ourselves, we consider that parameters of global role of Russia are a huge territory, 17 million square kilometers, a kind of planetary size of the country, permanent seat at the United Nations Security Council, large arsenal of nuclear weapons, global reserves of natural resources, and a role which Russia plays in the world conflicts. Russia, during the last 3-4 years, became the third largest exporter of weaponry after the USA and France in the world. And in 2019, Russia sold weapons to 31 states, and now less, only to 12 states. And notable 34% of Russian weaponry sales go to India, 21 go to China. Russia and Pakistan, India, this South Asian area, we are not exactly a common strategic neighborhood. Practically, Asian military political integration is weak comparing to European and unclear. All alliances which existed in this area are dismissed, but new alliances are coming. And as we consider in Moscow, approximately 10 to 12 countries of these regions of Southeast Asia and South Asia are promoted by the United States to a potential anti-Chinese alliance. USA is trying to interplay with this group of countries to create something, not necessarily a military alliance, but at least a kind of general structure which would be pointed against Beijing. It's interesting to compare NATO as well-known old strategic alliance with Quad and with AUKUS. NATO, it's only about 9% of the world population. Quad is 25% of the world population. NATO is about 53% of the world defense expenditures. Quad, including the USA, is about 50%, and AUKUS is about 43%, considering participation of the country. It's overlapping, you understand that this is not mutually exclusive categories. And regarding nuclear weapons, it's interesting that NATO concentrates 45% and Quad concentrates 45%, though these are different countries. Russia and China practically are pushed towards each other by circumstances which are created by the West. At the same time, Russia and China are not ready for a formal military political alliance. But Russia tries to prevent formation of anti-Chinese in the Pacific Alliance. Russia promotes non-Western, as we call them, non-Western alliances like BRICS, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Collective Security Treaty Organization, Eurasian Economic Union, ASEAN, etc. Regarding Shanghai Cooperation Organization, now 19 more states expressed official interest, as they presented some papers through foreign ministries, to join Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Several of them are in the Middle East, some in Asia, some in South Caucasus, but Shanghai definitely would be expanded further. 17 states are interested to join BRICS. And here is a group of countries in Africa, another group in the Middle East, more in Asia, more in Latin America, and some in Europe. Practically, the modern map of BRICS is looking like this. You may see that this is intercontinental alliance. And practically, new BRICS parameters are 46% of world population, which means that every second person on this planet lives in a country which is a member of BRICS. 1/3 of the world economy and 43% of the world oil production. If you look into the last two digits, you may consider that today in 2023, last year, BRICS countries were 32% of the world economies, while G7, famous G7 Western group of countries, only 29%. Practically, there are very funny comparisons made by journalists. For example, the quantity of tanks combined in BRICS are much bigger than the quantity of tanks in NATO. But obviously, we cannot imagine a situation when Brazil tanks will join South African tanks, jump to China, and then join Russian tanks together. But at the same time, this makes us all to think about different parameters of BRICS, and Shanghai Cooperation Organization is really new concentration of power. Regarding Quad, Russia is concerned with India's membership in Quad. And we are concerned with some parameter of Chinese behavior as well. Chinese Belt and Road Initiative project some interests which somewhere contradict to the Russian Eurasian Economic Union project. Practically, we, from two sides, suggested to Central Asian states like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, two contradictory offers to create free economic space, one offer from Russia and one offer from China, and they cannot be implemented together. When we look into the Chinese plans of future 8 to 10 belts and roads, we notice that some of them already, and this is one of the new Chinese maps, some of them are moving worldwide through the Panama Canal to reach from China, Europe from the other side. So it's already a global system which includes Australia, New Zealand, many African countries. And we understand that China cannot realize this system without a new system of strategic alliances with a new group of countries. Practically, we may try to formulate, as experts, not as politicians, current principle of the Russian foreign policy. And we observe, obviously, that Russia would like to build and affirm worldwide multipolarity. At the same time, I'm not ready to say that Russia is interested to see 20 or 30 poles of world influence. Russia is, first of all, interested to reconfirm that Russia herself is perceived as a pole in the multipolar system. Moscow is interested to shape new non-Western interstate alliances, that I mentioned, to restore Russia's status as a superpower and step by step move toward de-dollarization of world economy to rely more on national currencies of the BRICS nations. Also, we are interested to create self-sustainable economy and minimize external economic dependence. Yes, Russia became pragmatic, more pragmatic than before. Practically, Russian president often refers to the fact that we are only doing something which America was doing all previous decades. We use military force for promotion of national interests. And yes, we want to maintain economic, political, and ideological sovereignty. We would like to use globalization as a tool. Don't allow globalization to equal to westernization. We want to project influence of other civilizations and to affirm international law as a universal regulator of international relations. Don't agree into so-called rules of international behavior imposed by Western powers. So if we ask ourselves, what is the Russian vision of a world order which would provide geopolitical strategic stability? Yes, first of all, it should be a pluralist world order without unipolarity or bipolarity, even without American-Chinese bipolarity, but as well without Russian-American bipolarity. And yes, universal respect to specificity of social, of political, economic, ideological models of different states and societies is welcomed. Reformation of United Nations towards more pluralistic representation and change in the UN decision-making mechanism. Also, upgrade of Global South to the decent standards by involving North and South societies into joint alliances and global assistance programs, and more equal use of globalization tools and benefits by various civilizations, not instead of Westernization, but complementing Westernization. And our inability to disinvent nuclear weapons should be complemented with restoration, at least partially, of the broken arms control and disarmament system of treaties, of preserving and strengthening non-proliferation, and of joint conflict resolution and confidence building mechanisms based upon United Nations, but also upon bilateral and multilateral agreements. This is, in general, a brief presentation of our vision of the global strategic stability. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Alexander. I think he has given a very elaborative, quantitative, data-based explanation of the power potential of global powers, and especially focusing on Russia. So I'm grateful, Doctor. You thought that you would be extending, but you really restricted to your time. So as Dr. Salek used to say that, whenever a teacher has a mic, you just have to be careful, because then, the relationship between mic and the teacher is eternal. So we would love to listen our own voices. I'm also a teacher, so I'll also restrict with this. But some of the very important point, what he said about, I just picked up a word which he said, disinvent nuclear weapons. I wish that we could disinvent and unlearn the knowledge of making nuclear weapons. But this is not possible. So in the absence of that, I think arms control is the only possible option. The de-dollarization which Russia is trying, I think, is going to have a lot of repercussions, and we are looking at this world economy there is going to be a resistance, and of course we can see that resistance. You very rightly said that Americans are they are living in the same unipolar world, and they are not giving up for their struggle to maintain that unipolarity after the end of the Cold War. And Russia, China, and other states are looking for a multipolar world. But there's no incentive for a powerful nation, or maybe a nation with a perception of power, to give up whatever it has. So that is how the struggle goes on, that NATO keeps on expanding. Others are trying to resist that expansion, and then we are at the verge of breakdown of the international order. And let's hope and pray that better sense prevail. So with this now, I just now would like to take on my very close friend. We have been together in DC. So Dr. Yutong, the floor is yours, and I'm sure a perspective from China would further add to our understanding of this global world order. So over to you, Dr. Yutong.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. First of all, I thank you for your invitation. I'm so glad to be the present, not as myself, but here on the line. I'm so sorry about that. Yes. Okay. I hope I'm talking, about the global instability and arms race when we talk about the international order. And just now, the two speakers, Ambassador Zamir and Dr. Alexander Nikitin, I think talked very well. It's very fruitful for me to understand how the Pakistan Russians think about the international order, and particularly from the military perspective, nuclear and conventional weapons, how the international situation changed from the early 1990s, the collapse of the Soviet Union. So I would like to first just a very short retrospect of the international order from the strategic balance from the early 1980s, the post-Cold War era, when we're moving from the Cold War, the USA and Russia and the Soviet Union bipolarity, and moving toward the unipolarity in the early 20th century, and that's the unipolar moment. And everyone, I think, I don't want to explain that how the NATO and EU expansion to the west, to the east, and the war also just mentioned by the speaker in Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and etc. by the NATO led by the United States. And the Western supremacy, and because of that, and we have a theory of hegemonic stability that make the international order, that the unipolar moment, and everything will be okay. So at that time, China was regarded as is not really a real enemy, but they're not a real friend. So China's image in the 1980s, in the 1990s, and the 21st century, the first decade, China was regarded might be a friend, a partner, or just maybe an enemy. So, but with the time going on, because of China's rise and Russia to be an emerging power as a Euro-Russian continental power, so we can see the world is moving to a multipolarity because of the G20 as Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the BRICS. So many challenges to the G7 order. So when China, the BRI initiative was in the economic, I think it's flooding, not militarily, but economic and politically in Asia, in Africa, maybe by Europe. So people are talking about more and more the multilateralism and not the unilateralism. So we can see that the world is changing, and this multipolarity order is more going emerging powers like India, Brazil, South Africa, Turkey, and Indonesia. There's more emerging powers particularly after the 2010. So we can see that more strategic instability and more emerging power and remaining powers, they have more conflicts. But China mainly remains the main target of the West. So before the last 10 years, and East and West had been increasing, and China's theory, China's threat is becoming a real threat. It's not just an image, but China's threat is real. So that we all see the old narratives of the international balance of power, the military doctrines like containment strategy, ballistic missile defense, arms control, strategic competition, military alliance, and so, you see so many the old concepts in the Cold War. Now we are talking more and more in the 21st century, particularly in the last 5 years or even 10 years. And emerging, you can see other dysfunctions because this great power game. I think this I first point I'm talking that this balance of power, how we move to a new strategic balance. So my second point is are we toward going to a new strategic balance like China, Russia, United States, US, EU, and India. The other countries will join this power game. I believe that is another we are going to a direction. So when we talk about the international or global arms race or military defensive or offensive, should we just see that how this international order moving, just what we don't expect? For example, the NATO expansion and how that expansion makes the U.S. makes the war over the Russia and Ukraine the conflict. That's another the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy in West Pacific. How makes this strategy makes this regional conflicts much more closer. It's emerging, like over Taiwan Strait, South China Sea, Korean Peninsula, even India and China-India relationship in South Asia. So you can see how the Western countries led by the United States make this world international order because they want to maintain a unipolar strategy, unilateral polarity that makes regional conflicts more and more in the future. I believe that the Ukraine and war that makes the U.S. and Russia, NATO and much more readily worried to not only European countries, but also to Asia. So expansion, even want to cooperate a partnership with Japan, with South Korea, and make this international order unstable. So that is makes another one aspect. Another aspect of this trend is the strategic coordination or cooperation between China and Russia. And people talk about particularly Western countries talk about China and Russia military alliance, but I don't believe it's the true traditional military alliance, but it's much more strategic coordination. Because China and Russia, we have the same geopolitical pressure from the West, from the East and the West of the Eurasian continent. So there is one I would like to mention. Europe. That makes this trilateral, quadrilateral, that's a dialogue with India much more stronger leverage over the China and Russia, China and the U.S. strategic competition. And at the same time, India, another example is the Indian role in Shanghai Cooperation Organization. I don't see that India now is making a positive role in this trilateral, in this multilateral regional organization that makes much more even Shanghai Cooperation, even break the mechanisms. Much more negative is dysfunctional. So that is one makes the new international global strategy balance much more worrisome. This one I would like to mention. And so let me talk a little about the regional strategic balance. So when we talk about global balance, global stability, but don't forget that around this it's China and Russia. There are three regional security problem challenges. One is the Ukraine crisis. The second is India and South Asia. Just mentioned India, Pakistan, the two countries with nuclear weapons, and how India will try to maintain its hegemonic, I think, status. Historically continue, and in East Asia, we can see much more hotspots like on the Korean Peninsula and the South China Sea and over Taiwan Strait. So this is much more, I think, regional strategic instability, but much more, unfortunately, affected by the nuclear competition and ballistic missile defense competition. I would like to mention that this is three regions, three areas of the Eurasian continent, and that will be continued in to influence China, Russia, and also, of course, Pakistan and South Asian peace and progress, I think. So the U.S. offensive strategy now makes the China and the Russians military alliance are much more closer, as you just mentioned. And there is also China-Russia strategic partnership in the future. I believe whenever I think the USA trying to bring that the West Pacific much more to be a battlegrounds of the the ballistic missile defense and nuclear weapon competition, intercontinental ballistic missile defense. So that will be the West Pacific region will be another place that's power struggle, power competition much more in the future. Here, I want to also mention how China and Russia work together, maintain the multilateral framework positive. Just mentioned the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and BRICS, and that is China and Russia. Of course, with including Pakistan, will work much closer. I believe that's the best way that multilaterally work cooperation and to push forward multilateralism in international order, being another one of the strategic mission of these regional countries. And one aspect of China-Russia relationship is that I don't believe that a decline in Russia's power might be entirely beneficial to Chinese national interest, because from my point of view, China cannot be just one power can have the defensive against the Western strategic offensive strategy in West Pacific and even geopolitically in the whole Eurasian continent. So we can see the U.S. now and the Western countries and particularly the NATO make this arms race much more and more. We're talking in the last 5 years at least, more and more, and including the nuclear threat and nuclear deterrence we are facing. That will be a very a disaster for the future, not only for China and Russia and Pakistan, but for the whole world. Let me talk the last point, and I'm talking about it will be a new round of strategic balance. I think that, for example, that one example is China's ballistic missile test. It's the intercontinental ballistic missile test on September 25th, just months ago. But we see the American IBM test in 2023 and 2004. That's just I mentioned the nuclear and missile defense competition. And China has 500 most likely, maybe nuclear warhead, but the U.S. has tens of Chinese nuclear arsenals. So the U.S. military alliance now with Japan, with South Korea, Philippines, Australia in the West Pacific now makes this region that China worry most, because the U.S. now talking about deploying medium-range land missile against China in Japan, also most likely in Philippines. And this is, not just the Western Pacific regional instability, but the whole international order that makes it unstable. But I do believe that because the power struggle now maybe make this international stability continue, that will be also depends on the strategic balance. So the competition of nuclear and conventional military superiority, China and the United States and other, like including Russia and Japan and also India, that makes this competition, I think, more broad globally, not just regionally. So from the global level, this strategic balance, I think, will be still moving forward. But both sides now prepare for the arms race. So the U.S. regards it as not so as the U.S. military reports mentioned that China is a pacing challenge. That will mean that I think in next 1 decade, I think the China and the U.S. will still the main roles. I think main powers on a global level, but in regional level, we can see also including the AUKUS, nuclear submarine cooperation that makes the West Pacific and also Indian Ocean. I believe not the foreseeable future. I think, but I think the nuclear arms race might happen if we don't take any actions together. So I think now the international community realize how international dialogue of arms control and non-proliferation, how is the importance. That is why I believe that this conference here, we are also one mention that how we make this world more peaceful. I think so will be maintain not only the multilateral but also strategic balance of nuclear power and conventional power, and will be still, I think, in the near future will be one that aspect option that for all of the big powers that just mentioned, not only 10 power countries, but also I think for the world. I think that the time is up. I stop here, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Yutong. I think because of some technical issues, we could not completely hear what you said, but of course we could make a good sense of the perspective from China. One thing I would like to highlight, which he said, and I think is very pertinent to our topic, is that during the Cold War, the strategic stability rests only on the management of the nuclear weapons. Now, with the emergence of non-nuclear strategic precision weapon system, so the other capabilities in the cybersphere, in the artificial intelligence, there is now a requirement of a combined and a more extensive, a comprehensive approach towards the different power capabilities, which can be destabilizing in different regions and at the global level. So now the strategic stability the concept has to be further extended to those new boundaries of military capabilities. So the China, I think the understanding of strategic stability at the global level is
met 40 times. And it's a relationship, it's a partnership of no limits. Now, but you did refer to some divergence in the context of BRI linking up with the Eurasian Economic Union. My understanding is that there is an effort by both sides to create a synergy between these two processes. So my request is, could you please elaborate? You mentioned 2 economic zones which China has suggested, and what kind of divergence of thinking exists between China and Russia on this particular issue? Thank you very much.
So Brigadier Zahir, please. Here, either there. We will have 3 questions for this first round, then you can have the question.
Thank you. I'm Zahir Kazmi. My question to both the speakers. We are in a very unique situation regarding nuclear deterrence, in which we are talking about the possibility of breakdown of deterrence between 2 or more nuclear powers, if we take NATO into account, on a territory of a state, or perhaps outside the territory of a state, which had nuclear weapons and gave these up, and is in a dilemma right now. So it is a unique situation which has not been there in the Cold War, because there's one side which is giving a nuclear signal that nuclear weapons are at play, and the other thinks that they have called the bluff of the first side, and they think that they are never going to use nuclear weapons, they're just bluffing. So in such a risky situation in which you don't have any guardrails of arms control or risk reduction, how feasible do you think is still the pledge between P5, and especially between US and Russia, that because a nuclear war cannot be won, it must never be fought? Your comments on that, sir. Thanks.
So we have Ijaz Adasaf, please.
Thank you. Thank you for an excellent data-driven presentation, Dr. Nikitin. Obviously, we've been talking about nuclear weapons, but there is another problem now, which is with reference to the conventional and nuclear forces entanglement. And now, for instance, there is a Russia-Ukraine conflict going on. And with the advent of non-nuclear strategic weapons, how does deterrence hold, for instance, if there is a scenario in which a non-nuclear strategic weapon fired by a non-nuclear weapon state hits a nuclear submarine, for instance, just as an example, how would the nuclear weapon state respond to that? Do you think that is an issue that induces greater instability in terms of deterrence?
We have a last question, please. Then we will come back again for the next round. You can have the mic.
My name is Irfan Farooq. I am from University of Management and Technology, Lahore. My question is from Dr. Alexander, that how does Russia's latest shift in its nuclear deterrence doctrine, which now includes non-nuclear states supported by nuclear powers, impact the strategic balance in the Black Sea region?
So I think we can have you want to respond first?
First of all, you may remember that when Ukraine was negotiating with the European Union to have a preliminary agreement about future membership of Ukraine in the European Union, Ukraine has been split because CIS economic connections was presented by Moscow on stake. Moscow said, you decide, either you are with European Union, then we close all preferential sales of oil and of everything to Ukraine, or you stay with CIS, Commonwealth of Independent States economic system, but then you don't sign the agreement with the European Union. And that brought to us split Ukraine and further events. And practically now, situation of the Central Asian presidency is not easy, because imagine a room where we have two doors, one to China, one to Russia. If both doors are open, then all Chinese television sets, all Chinese cars via Central Asia without any regulations will come to Russian markets, which is unacceptable to Russia. We want to decide which doors they want to open. And this was my point about some certain contradictions. This is not the only one, but in general, you are right that general state of relations between Russia and China is very positive. At the same time, we all have some small problems with France. It does not mean that we are not friends anymore. We are friends. Now, regarding the other nuclear questions, you see, we have different schools of thought in Moscow, and obviously these schools of thought are among military as well, among politicians, among political experts. And there are Russian generals and experts who say that whenever you use the first tactical nuclear weapon, however small it is, then immediately after several hours, or maybe after 2-3 days, you are in a full-scale exchange of strategic strikes. And they do not believe into the limited use of nuclear weapons. But there are different schools now, and you see, there is a saying that Moscow and Washington in arms control, they always share the same position, only in different decades. I mean that Americans were considering limited nuclear war concepts in the 70s, 80s. You may remember the neutron bomb, which was for the very limited use. Now, it seems that Moscow is more sharing the approach that limited nuclear war. I wouldn't say it could be fought. The problem is that we are using nuclear weapons for signaling. It is a nuclear signaling by flagging the nuclear weapons, but hoping never use them anyway as it was before. This is why this strategic signature of the Russian president in January of 2022, together with 5 leaders of 5 P5 nations, still here. Russia hopes never use nuclear weapons, but signal is that if the other side violates some rules, for example, provide for Ukraine the long-range weapons which would be reaching Moscow and allowed Ukrainians to strike these weapons against Russian capital city, that would be a kind of our new perception of unacceptable damage. We all remember that deterrence is based upon unacceptable damage in the second strike. But the problem is that our notion of unacceptable damage enlarged now. We mean that not only a nuclear strike of the other side may be unacceptable, but some political moves of the other nuclear weapon states could be unacceptable. And definitely, Russia is not in a situation of, say, nuclear deterrence with Ukraine. Nuclear country and non-nuclear country are not in this area of nuclear deterrence. Our nuclear deterrence still is about the United States and NATO nuclear states, or maybe American tactical weapons in Europe. So we are exchanging signals with Washington via Ukraine. Practically, this is a situation when, let me stress this again, this is a political and signaling use of nuclear weapons, not preparation for the physical use of them. Thanks.
Would you like to say something on that?
Well, I'd like to say a bit on the overall concept of strategic stability. I wouldn't go into the Russian position or the American position. I think it's for the Russian government to draw its own red lines. But I think that the thing that we need to be very careful about is that the impact this war in Ukraine has had and is continuing to have on the concept of strategic stability. We are very close to the breakdown of credible deterrence. Because when one side is encouraging one of the combatants to use weapons that are so-called conventional weapons in a strategic role, number one. And number two, when the other side's warnings and red lines are being projected as a bluff, as a nuclear bluff, then we are in a situation which is far worse than where we were in 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. And I still believe that the Russian government is a responsible actor and will not resort to the use of nuclear weapons. My greatest concern is accidental use. And that is also what I quoted the UN Secretary General as having talked about that possibility. There is also the possibility that was mentioned in the question that a missile might hit a nuclear facility, not necessarily a nuclear powered submarine, but it could hit another nuclear facility on either side and release radioactivity, which would have the same sort of effect as having used at least a dirty nuclear bomb. So the situation is extremely precarious, and strategic stability is under severe strain at the moment. That's the point I want to make.
So, Dr. Yutong, would you like to give your comments on this round of questions?
Yes, you are talking with me.
Do you want some intervention on this?
Just a few words, and I believe that now we are talking about much more and more nuclear competition, nuclear problem. I don't think it's just orally people not look. I think worrying about there are over just mentioned as of the Korean crisis. I think much more worrisome that nuclear weapons can be used. There might be also nuclear facility that can be destroyed. That is one aspect. But I still think there are another one I might worry most is that China, USA, and Russia might be joined with Japan. With India and other countries to the nuclear competition. Want to make nuclear weapons tests. I think that will be, unstable, makes this international order unstable. That will be a nuclear war, much more worrisome that in the near future. I don't believe that's on just one regional like the Ukraine and Russia war can make this war happen, nuclear war happens. But globally, China and USA, and plus with the Russia in West Pacific and in Europe, that makes this nuclear competition, nuclear arms race much more happening that in the future. That's I'm worrying some. I think I would like to add to these points. Thank you.
I think Ijaz, what he was trying to say that, as I also said in the introduction, that this nuclear strategy is all textual. It's all argumentation. So we really understand that, it is a use of non-use. So how efficient and how prudent the policy articulation is and is not misunderstood. The perceptions and the conception of these ideas of strategic stability and the incentives for the first strike, these are all articulated in the policy positions. So let us not push beyond a border. A range of ideas should not be challenged, so that whatever fragile or the precarious condition of strategic stability must be maintained. So these scenarios are good enough to discuss ideas. I think we will continue to debate on these. So now we have another round of questions. Yes, sir, please. Here in the second line.
I'm Dr. Javed. My question is to Ambassador Zamir Akram, that if you see any change in the scenario due to introduction of the new emerging technologies, could you speak about that?
Yes, here in the lady in the back, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sitara Noor. I work on nuclear non-proliferation and nuclear security issues. My question is directed to Professor Nikitin. In the context of the latest Russian president's statement on probable change in the nuclear doctrine, which involves a number of new elements, but that has, in a number of ways, that is another statement in the series of statements that have come since the conflict in Ukraine has started. So my question is the role or the impact it is likely to have on strategic stability, considering that nuclear deterrence is premised on three principles, which is communication, capability, and credibility. So on the communication part, there is a series of statements, and the capability-wise, Russia possesses the largest arsenal. But how does that repeated rhetoric or the statements impact the credibility? Because the more statements come, the more it is taken as incredible or considered as a bluff by some of the opponents that the statements are aimed at. So do you think it is strengthening deterrence, or in the long run it is impacting deterrence posture, Russia's deterrence posture, and affecting the strategic stability overall for the future? Thank you.
In the middle, please. Yeah.
I'm Urva. I'm a scholar of MPhil in International Relations.
Please hold the mic a little closer. Hold the mic a little closer. Yeah.
I'm Urva from National University of Modern Languages. I have a question. In an increasing multipolar world where regional conflicts and power dynamics are shifting, what innovative diplomatic strategies can the international community employ to strengthen the non-nuclear proliferation regime while addressing the legitimate security concerns of all states involved? Thank you.
Are you addressing your question to any of the panelists? So anyone can answer. So one last question, if we have anybody. Okay. So you can have.
My name is Zira Jabit, and my question is, in a global geopolitical context characterized by the emergence of new alliances, what are the prospects for the resolution of long-standing disputes?
So now the floor, sir. Dr. Negative Alexander, sir, would you like to start with that?
Well, deterrence suppose that your nuclear weapons are intended to prevent the use of nuclear weapons by the other side. And whenever nuclear war starts, it means that your deterrence failed. From this point of view, it is very important to keep credibility of deterrence, and credibility means uncertainty of the other side about your own decisions and your own behavior. This is exactly what Russia is doing. Russia, for example, when it moved tactical nuclear weapons to the territory of Belarus, it gave some signal, but at the same time, we understand, for example, that the problem of the double key remains, which means that how can you use your nuclear weapons, which are located on the territory of the other state, without the decision of the president of that state, of president of Belarus, for example, because the retaliatory strike would be not only against Russia, but against Belarus as well. I mean that politically, the decision, the method of taking decisions, organizing of a double key between Russia and Belarus is not made public, and a certain doubts remain how all this would work. But at the same time, some signal was sent, and even the president of Belarus himself, he is playing with, in his public statements, that if somebody would touch a territory of Belarus, somebody like Ukrainians, then everything might happen. And he's like giving a hint, a signal, that maybe the tactical weapons from Belarusian territory would be employed. But we all understand that this, in its turn, will not be done without decision of Moscow. So this is how, by simple move of moving several tactical weapons to somebody's territory, you are creating a situation when your political decisions are not clear to the other side, uncertainty remains, but at the same time, weapons are here, they are ready to use, they are close to the field, several hundred kilometers from the front line. And same type of decisions where same type of messages are sent by changes or debates about changes in the Russian nuclear doctrine. Again, Russia is sending a signal that we can downgrade the threshold of use of nuclear weapons. But to keep credibility, at the same time, we stress that some promises of the president never use nuclear weapons, they remain, but there could be some exceptional circumstances. And again, exceptional circumstances could be interpreted in many ways. I said that if before exceptional circumstances were interpreted as physical strike of weapons, of missiles of the other side, now exceptional circumstances could be, for example, the supply of long-range weapons to Ukraine and public permission to Ukraine to use them against Russian deep territory. And this would be, again, another move in the nuclear threat, multiplied by the uncertainty of how it would be used. So Russia is trying to avoid that Russian nuclear weapons would be called a bluff threat, as was mentioned here. At the same time, this is yet not an attempt to make the use of nuclear weapons inevitable. Definitely not. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think these three questions, more or less, I guess I should answer, I should address them. The first question directly addressed to me is about the impact of new and emerging technologies. I think the first and very clear impact is in the use of cyber technology for cyber warfare. And that has already happened in the sense that cyber warfare can be used to hack into a country's command and control center. I'll give you as an example, and if the command and control center is subjected to some kind of malware or virus, the country that has been attacked by this cyber attack perhaps would not even know of it. And there was an example way back in the 80s and 90s when the Israelis and the Americans used this Stuxnet virus against the Iranian nuclear program. And it was after, and the nuclear programs and the nuclear reactors crashed, the centrifuges crashed as a result. And it was only afterwards that the Iranians realized what had happened, that the system had been that a virus has been placed. So cyber warfare is one of the new areas which can undermine deterrence itself, because if the command and control doesn't work, if the nerve center doesn't work, then your systems down the line would fail as well. So that's one. Then the other is, of course, the increasing use of artificial intelligence, and that is now being used in the development of what are known as lethal autonomous weapons or robots, or even in the development of autonomous drones or unmanned aerial vehicles, which have also already been used. In fact, they're being used in the Ukrainian theater. And so this kind of artificial intelligence gives the drone a much quicker controls, movement, much more difficult to shoot it down. So it becomes a extremely dangerous, qualitatively different kind of missile system that we have had to deal with before. And so this is one of the areas where artificial intelligence, and then artificial intelligence can be used on the battlefield. It can enable easier computations and therefore quicker target selection and use of your capabilities to take out the target. So it's basically speeding up. Then the much more dangerous area is what is known as generative AI. And generative AI basically is when the machine takes over itself. And that's the most dangerous kind of aspect where, it's a new version of the science fiction movies that we have seen that have come out about a robot that goes rogue. So that's one. So the whole impact of all these new and emerging technologies is on what is broadly called C4ISR capabilities, the entire range of command, control, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, the whole thing. So that is the most dangerous. Then the other question was about new diplomatic initiatives on non-proliferation. Well, unfortunately, as I mentioned in my talk, in the present global and regional environment, there is really no possibility of any progress that is being made. I assume when you talk about non-proliferation, you mean the entire range of the non-proliferation regime, including non-proliferation, arms control, and disarmament. And so if you look at it from that point of view, the conference on disarmament has been in a stalemate because there is no consensus. It works on the basis of consensus, and there is no consensus among the member states on which issue to negotiate and to conclude an agreement on. The Western countries for a long time wanted to conclude an agreement on a fissile material cutoff treaty. This was something that was opposed by Pakistan because we argued that there is a gap between Pakistan and India in terms of the stocks of fissile material, and we argued that if you want to negotiate a treaty on this, then the issue of the existing stocks need to be included. Now there are other countries. Just a few days ago, a group was formed called the Friends of the FMCT in New York at the initiative of the Japanese. And the Japanese focus is more on the Chinese and Russian nuclear, particularly the Chinese development of its nuclear arsenal. And so this newly formed Friends of the FMCT intend to renew their efforts in the CD on this issue. Again, as I said, because of the consensus principle, it's not going to go very far. So the problem is that no one has really agreed on which item or which subject we are going to negotiate. There are many. The Russians and the Chinese have been proposing prevention of an arms race in outer space. Pakistan, along with a group of developing countries, has been talking about a treaty on negative security assurances, which basically means that the nuclear powers will give assurances that they will not use nuclear weapons against those that do not have nuclear weapons. So unfortunately, there is no agreement on this, and I don't really see what kind of initiatives are possible in the present environment. And the last point was about, I suppose the question, I didn't understand it fully, but I suppose the question was whether there can be resolution of territorial disputes in a situation of nuclear deterrence. I think that was the question. Now that's a very tricky thing, okay, because, and it's complicated, because at one level of thinking, you would say that if two or more countries are in a situation of nuclear deterrence and there is this nuclear threat and the differences between them becomes a nuclear flashpoint, and you would take the example of India and Pakistan, that Kashmir is a nuclear flashpoint, then you would want to solve the problem and in order to ensure that ensure against the outbreak of nuclear conflict. But then for that to happen, you need the parties to be rational, reasonable actors who are seeking a solution to the problem in order to avoid an escalation. I don't think that that is the attitude of our antagonist or the other party in this situation, because the Indians have basically stalled on finding a solution, and right now we don't even have a dialogue. So that's one level, but there is another level, and that is what you would call the instability paradox. That if you have nuclear weapons and you are basically able to neutralize the other side, then you are in a position to use sub-conventional tactics, what we call hybrid warfare, whatever you want to call it, below the conventional level, to address each other or to undermine each other. And that's basically the charges of terrorism that we make against India and India makes against us. And so that's at the level below the nuclear threshold. Of course, even the Indians have been seeking even the possibility of fighting a conventional war below the nuclear threshold. And then, of course, we have responded to it, as you know, FSD and the rest. So I'd stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think we are running short of time, so we would be closing this session. Just as a parting note, I would like to just highlight only one thing at the end of this discussion, that we have all agreed that the concept of strategic stability is not as simple as is generally understood. And it is getting more complex day by day. So what is the role of the think tanks and the research institutes and the scholars, the universities, those who are working in this field? So we have to come together in the forums like this to further deliberate, to streamline this and to control this debate and understand this debate so that we can create a uniformity of understanding, at least at the conceptual level. Whatever communications are being made are understood in the manner as are being articulated. So there are no misconceptions, there are no misperception, and in the process, we could avoid a catastrophic use of nuclear weapons if it is possible, or if it may occur. So that is the parting note. With this, I come to the end. I thank all my panelists. I also thank the virtual participants, though we could not get any questions from them. But I thank all of you who have virtually joined us on the internet, and of course, a very engaging question and answer session. Thank you very much. So a round of applause for everybody. Okay, we have.
Thank you to all the speakers and participants for an engaging discussion. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Naeem Salik, Executive Director, SVI, to present the conference mementos to the speakers and moderator. Sir, please. I would first request Ambassador Zamir Akram to receive conference memento. I would now request Dr. Alexander Nikitan to receive conference memento. Now I would request Dr. Nasir Hafiz to receive his conference memento. With this, we wrap up our first working session for the day. Please be seated as we are about to begin the second session. Thank you.
I would like to request the moderator and speaker of the working session 2, Future of the International Nuclear Arms Control and Non-Proliferation Regime, to take their seats on the stage. Our moderator and speakers truly need no introduction, given their esteemed backgrounds. However, for the benefit of the audience, I would like to take a moment to introduce them. Today's session will be moderated by Mr. Khalid Banouri. He is Senior Advisor, Project Phoenix, advising PAF on training rejuvenation at its academies. He was a fighter pilot and a flight instructor in the PAF with diverse interest in aviation, nuclear politics, arms control, training, education, international law, and outreach. Holding substantial experience in senior level management, policy analysis, diplomacy, research, lecturing, and writing, a significant part of such pursuits included over 2 decades of expertise in arms control and diplomacy, including being the first Director General Arms Control and Disarmament Affair Branch at the Strategic Plans Division, and later at its first advisor on arms control and diplomacy. His outreach pursuits also include teaching at public sector universities, lecturing and publishing on a variety of diverse subjects. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker of the session is Dr. Tariq Rauf, who will be joining us virtually. Dr. Tariq Rauf is a former head of verification and security policy, alternate head of delegation to NPT conferences. Dr. Rauf is a former head of verification and security policy, alternate head of delegation to the NPT conferences. He was coordinator of IAEA multilateral approaches to the nuclear fuel cycle and was responsible for the IAEA Forum on Experience of Nuclear Weapon-Free Zones, relevant to the Middle East office. His areas of expertise includes nuclear arms control, disarmament, safeguards, verification, global and regional nuclear non-proliferation, disarmament, nuclear security and safety, nuclear weapon-free zones, and multilateral approaches to the nuclear fuel cycle. Our second speaker of the session is Dr. Andrei Pavlov. Dr. Andrei Pavlov is the professor at St. Petersburg University and the chair of the master's program, Strategic and Arms Control Studies at the School of International Relations, where he teaches the courses on history of strategy, nuclear strategy, and arms control. He is also a graduate of St. Petersburg University, holds PhD in history. He is author of publications on various aspects of Russian national strategy, strategic stability, arms control, and he was also the co-editor of the book Nuclear Russia, International and Domestic Agenda, published in 2020. Our third speaker is Ms. Han Hua, joining us today online all the way from China. Ms. Han Hua is Associate Professor and Director of the Center of Arms Control and Disarmament at the School of International Studies, Peking University, China. She teaches courses in international arms control, disarmament, non-proliferation, and nuclear deterrence in South Asia, and also international relations theory. Ms. Han Hua is a visiting researcher at the Belfer Center, Howard University, USA, School of International Affairs, Georgia Institute of Technology, USA, Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, Sweden, and Stimson Center. As many of our speakers joining us are online, it seemed our virtual platform is giving us a true international flavor. With that, now I hand over the session to our esteemed moderator, Mr. Khalid Banouri, trusting his expertise to lead us through what promising to be an insightful and encouraging session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for this very generous introduction of all speakers. Welcome all panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a very eminent panel here. Each individual has spent several years looking at these issues. I suspect that the discussions will also have some recurring themes that you heard since this morning. Some of those ideas about what is going to be the future of arms control and non-proliferation would have certain aspects like the geopolitical tensions, the way they're evolving, the technological advancements that are coming in, how does the multilateral cooperation work around, what are the disarmament initiatives and how much of impetus can actually they get in this current environment, regional dynamics, of course, and overall, what is the level of awareness on the diplomacy for arms control, what is happening around here, and throw in then the impact of the climate change and the likely impact of climate change, what will happen. Perhaps the future of arms control and non-proliferation, if you will depend on a combination of three broad factors. The combination of strategic interests that several of these states, that especially those that have the nuclear capabilities of some kind, whether the nuclear weapons or the delivery system and so on and so forth, what is going to be the impact, and there's a bit of gray in this of the technological developments as they're coming along, and then the ability of the nations to navigate the complex geopolitical landscapes. And for this, you could have nothing better than this panel. We would, start with Dr. Taru Rauf, who has been introduced, although Tariq, welcome to this group, and you do not need an introduction here in this. Let's begin with at the beginning and see what Dr. Taru Rauf brings up. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to join my distinguished panelists and commend the Strategic Vision Institute under the leadership of Dr. Naeem Saleh for convening this important conference in Islamabad. And may I say that I'm very pleased to see you, Dr. Khalid Benouri, in the chair today. I still remember coming to meet you in your office when you were heading up ACDA, and also the frank discussions in the corner office next door. Now, I understand that at this conference, there are speakers and participants both from Pakistan and from abroad. As such, it was surprising that the keynote by the chief of the JCS committee was blacked out for online participants.
Thanks. Yes, please. Please go ahead. If you read up your own thing, that will be even better. Thank you.
Okay. So may I commence my remarks by suggesting that the future iterations of this conference be titled Islamabad Nuclear Arms Control and Disarmament Conference. In my view, the term or concept of non-proliferation now has acquired a pejorative veneer. It was invented by the original proliferators of nuclear weapons and cleverly designated to malign other states seeking those same weapons. In other words, what is good for my security is not good for international security if in your hands. So something went wrong here as well, so I will go back to the trusted paper. We are living in dangerous times. The ongoing proxy war in Ukraine since February 2022 is raising the risks of possible use of battlefield nuclear weapons, but regrettably, the political and military leaders, as well as the echo chambers of academics and the media, in the warring and enabler states are blindly continuing eyes wide shut in raising the stakes and tempting fate of an accidental central strategic nuclear confrontation. Not that long ago, many military, political, and academic experts were raising the prospects of a catalytic nuclear war starting in South Asia, resulting in a global nuclear catastrophe. The reality is that despite several skirmishes, neither Pakistan nor India have targeted nuclear facilities, energy grids, critical infrastructure, or strategic military sites. But two nuclear superpowers have executed such actions in Iraq, Libya, Syria, and now in Ukraine. And now it is they, in their proxy war, who are tickling the tail of the Promethean nuclear fire dragon. Nonetheless, I do realize that in South Asia, there is what might be termed a continuing love affair with and confidence in nuclear weapons and nuclear deterrence, and disdain for some nuclear arms control measures and treaties. But understand that nuclear weapons and nuclear deterrence cannot be a viable long-term strategy for national, regional, or international security. In addition to destabilizing nuclear doctrines on nuclear weapons use, the UN disarmament machinery is also in disarray. The Conference on Disarmament, the Disarmament Commission, the First Committee, and the Non-Proliferation Treaty review process all are deadlocked. The UN Summit of the Future, which was held in New York on the 22nd and 23rd of September this year, agreed on a pact for the future. That regrettably was a big disappointment as it lacked any concrete actions, even though it paid lip service to the call that the time for total elimination of nuclear weapons is now. The document failed to reaffirm commitments to existing global nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation treaties, or to call for new ones to be negotiated. Notably, the late UN Secretary General Kofi Annan had referred to this state of affairs as mutual assured paralysis, and that the disarmament machinery is rusting. Now coming to the collapse of nuclear arms control. Unfortunately, the vision of ridding the world of nuclear weapons is receding as the nuclear arms control architecture patiently built up over the past 50 years is collapsing before our eyes. Nuclear arms control fatigue is increasing, and in light of the Ukraine war, it even has become controversial. The only remaining nuclear arms reduction treaty in force between Moscow and Washington, the new Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, or New START, was signed on the 8th of April 2010, entered into force on 5th February 2011, was extended for 5 years in 2021, and now is hanging by a thread and shall expire on 4 February 2026. By 4 February 2018, both Russia and the United States had verifiably met the aggregate central limits of 1,550 accountable deployed strategic nuclear warheads and 700 deployed plus 100 non-deployed launches, that is, land and sea-based intercontinental ballistic missiles and strategic bombers. In the absence of New START, the September 2023 US inventory of about 662 deployed strategic launches with 1,419 nuclear warheads could be uploaded to about 3,570 nuclear warheads on 715 deployed strategic launches. For Russia, the March 2022 inventory of 1,458 warheads on 527 deployed strategic launches could be uploaded to 2,629 nuclear warheads on 533 deployed strategic launches. So without making new launches, there is this big upload capacity that exists in the two countries. A significant increase in the lethality and accuracy of US and Russian deployed nuclear forces has already impelled China to further increase its projected arsenal. China's nuclear buildup will in turn spur an increase in India's nuclear forces, leading to Pakistan also to increase its nuclear forces. Now, what are the prospects for Russia-United States arms control? For the first time in the more than 50-year history of the Soviet-Russian/US nuclear arms control, not only have existing agreements been dismantled, but both sides are modernizing nuclear arsenals unchecked, increasing their accuracy and lethality, and have lowered the threshold of nuclear weapon use in their declaratory and operational policies. No discussions are underway on bilateral nuclear arms control. Russia and the US are unlikely to reach an agreement on a formal treaty retaining current limits or imposing further reductions on their deployed nuclear forces before New START expires. Although the United States seems willing to move forward with negotiations, it is unclear whether these discussions can resume before the conflict in Ukraine ends. In June 2023, Jake Sullivan, the US National Security Advisor, said that rather than waiting to resolve all our bilateral differences, the United States is ready to engage Russia now to manage nuclear risks and develop a post-2026 arms control framework. Russia, however, has rejected this approach. Sergei Ryabkov, Russia's deputy foreign minister, has justified Russia's suspension of New START on the inability of circumstances related to the destructive and hostile actions of the United States. In response to Sullivan's statement, Ryabkov said that there is simply no basis for a productive discussion here, but we are ready to patiently state our approaches and to explain why the US force is destructive. And further, that there can be no engagement unless the United States and NATO abandon their policy of seeking the strategic defeat of Russia in Ukraine. Differences in US and Russian priorities for a treaty to replace New START further complicate their ability to complete a new treaty before February 2026. The US has suggested that the subsequent agreement sustain limits on the Russian systems covered under New START, limit new kinds of nuclear systems Russia is developing, and address all Russian nuclear weapons, including theater-range weapons. Russia, in contrast, wants the arms control process to cover the entire spectrum of offensive and defensive, nuclear and non-nuclear weapons with a strategic potential. This list includes offensive nuclear and conventional strategic weapons, ballistic missile defenses, space-based capabilities that could strike targets on Earth, and the nuclear weapons of the United Kingdom and France. Russia and the United States might find common ground if they seek to establish broad goals for cooperation while identifying specific measures to help manage risks and uncertainties created by their nuclear postures, but only after the end of the Ukraine war. Now, what are the prospects for China-United States arms control? US officials continue to raise concerns about China's growing nuclear arsenal and the potential that a regional crisis could spark a conflict that might escalate to nuclear war. In November 2021, President Putin invited China's President Xi Jinping to participate in a strategic stability dialogue that would establish guardrails to ensure that competition does not veer into conflict and to keep lines of communication open. According to the Biden White House, these talks would focus at first on avoiding accidental conflict, then on each nation's nuclear strategy and the related instability that could come from attacks in cyberspace and outer space, before eventually providing a venue for more formal arms control negotiations. China, however, has been reticent about joining strategic stability talks with the United States and has expressly rejected negotiations that would require transparency into or limits on its nuclear forces, citing the significant disparity between the numbers of Chinese, Russian, and US nuclear warheads. China has, in fact, embraced some forms of arms control, participating in multilateral negotiations and engaging in the so-called Permanent Five or P5 or Nuclear Five process, which brings together the 5 nuclear weapon states recognized by the Non-Proliferation Treaty to address nuclear security and non-proliferation issues. In this context, Beijing has advocated that for the 5 nuclear weapon states to further strengthen communication on strategic stability and conduct in-depth dialogue on reducing the role of nuclear weapons in their national security doctrine and on a broad range of issues including missile defense, outer space, cyberspace, and artificial intelligence. The US government estimates that China's nuclear stockpile will grow to around 1,500 warheads by 2035. Some see this as an opening for arms control because the number would be similar to the New START limit of 1,550 deployed warheads on the Russian and US long-range delivery system. But the New START agreement does not count all US and Russian weapons. Their stockpiles contain around 3,700 and 4,000 nuclear warheads respectively. Thus, a Chinese buildup even to 1,500 warheads in 2035 would still leave China at a disadvantage. China might be willing to discuss the implications of its nuclear modernization program if the United States acknowledges that China's nuclear deterrent poses a credible threat to the US and places the two nations in a mutually vulnerable deterrence relationship. As a matter of policy, the US has long refused to acknowledge this reality, in part because it believes this could undermine allies' confidence in the US's extended nuclear deterrent. The absence of such an acknowledgement serves to convince China that the US is seeking absolute security rather than mutual deterrence with its nuclear weapons. Now, what might be some next steps? China, Russia, and the US are unlikely to accept restrictions on their numbers of deployed nuclear weapons as long as each continues to center nuclear weapons in its national security strategy, and all believe the threats in the current international security environment require an increase in the reliance and salience of nuclear weapons. Given the lack of any negotiations or discussions on nuclear arms control and stasis in the UN disarmament machinery, it is imperative of some form of strategic stability dialogue is established involving China, Russia, and the United States. As China now currently is coordinator of the P5 and I process, it could show maturity currently lacking in Moscow and Washington and set up a tripartite strategic stability dialogue to promote compartmentalization to enable mutual understanding of nuclear doctrines and strategic stability. I would suggest that the US-USSR joint communique signed in Moscow on 11 May 1972 would serve as a useful starting guidepost. In that communique, the two sides gave primary attention to reducing the danger of nuclear war, curbing the competition on strategic arms, and agreeing on basic principles on avoiding military conflict and not seeking military superiority. A new strategic dialogue would involve the three near-peer nuclear armed states to seek the following. 1. Limit strategic missile defense capabilities. 2. Agree on a verifiable ban on all nuclear-armed ground-launched and sea-launched cruise missiles. 3. Avoid or limit commingling of nuclear and advanced conventional weapons on common delivery systems. To be clear, the terminology of entanglement is incorrect in this context. The correct term is commingling or intermingling. 4. Revise nuclear doctrines away from early use of nuclear weapons. 5. Limit emerging destabilizing technologies such as autonomous weapons, hypersonic missiles, nuclear-powered missiles, and offensive cyber capabilities. 6. Limit generative and predictive artificial intelligence, that is, no integration with nuclear weapon command and control systems. Make no claims nor recognize claims of anyone else to any special rights or advantages in world affairs, and recognize and honor the sovereign equality of all states. 8. Conduct individual fail-safe exercises to evaluate the robustness of nuclear weapons safety and security and command and control systems. And last, 9. Prevent weaponization of space. A tall order, but a start must be made without further delay. Given time constraints, I shall only briefly elaborate on 2 of these proposals. The ongoing US and Russian reliance on their respective secure, reliable National Nuclear Risk Reduction Center in the case of the US and Nuclear Risk Reduction Center in the case of the Russian Federation to transmit ballistic missile launch notifications and other routine messages helps to clear up any potential misperceptions of strategic force movements on both sides and underscores the utility in limiting the chance of misinterpretation in this dangerous moment, thus reinforcing the original mission of avoiding inadvertent nuclear escalation. The modality of nuclear risk reduction centers to ensure stable, secure, and timely communications could become an essential aspect of mutual confidence building under the mechanism of the P5N5 process. A related concept to that of the risk reduction centers is that of fail-safe, to forestall the unauthorized, accidental, or mistaken use of nuclear weapons. Just as following the Fukushima nuclear accident in 2011, states operating nuclear power plants carried out reviews and stress tests of reactor emergency cooling and shutdown systems. Now, given rising tensions between some nuclear-armed states, including proxy wars, and the emergence of advanced and destabilizing technologies, the concept of fail-safe measures becomes more important. The nuclear-armed states need to conduct internal reviews of their nuclear weapon safety and security, command and control systems, including fail-safe steps to strengthen safeguards against warhead safety and security deficiencies, cyber threats, and unauthorized, inadvertent, or accidental use of nuclear weapons, including through false warning of a nuclear attack. Also required are assessments of the mental acuity and psychological stability of the top-tier political and military leadership. So to conclude, we urgently must rethink how we manage nuclear risks. Security based on nuclear deterrence is inherently flawed and risky and cannot continue on a long-term basis. A new international security system must be envisaged on the basic design principle that the effects of system failure cannot result to fundamentally disrupt or end civilization and to keep the nuclear genie firmly bottled up. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Tariq, for a very elaborate discussion on this. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Tariq Roof is one person out of a handful of people in this world that I personally start taking notes even when I have informal conversation. That's what I've done all these years. So if I was to just say the essence of what he has said is basically asking us rethink nuclear risk reduction. Rethink because this is time to rethink about this. The way he's gone around they're very elaborate suggestions. Some very daring ones, Tariq, I must admit, going for the jugular as well. But whatever is possible to go in that direction is something that we'll have to think about. Now it's my absolute pleasure to request Dr. Andrei Pavlov to give his version, and then we will perhaps see if there are, what are the similarities or dissimilarities in that. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. And yeah, first of all, I would like to express my good feeling towards this invitation and thank SVI and Dr. Salik, first of all, for inviting me for that event. It's a pleasure and honor to be here and share my ideas. And I'm from St. Petersburg State University, so as my colleague from Moscow put it, it's view of Moscow, but not view from Moscow, but not of Moscow. And this is not even view from Moscow. So it's view from St. Petersburg, so it's my own view on the events. I'm a scholar, I'm a teacher, professor at the university, so I'm from academia, and I will try to be not very much academic, but I think academic view on what is going on in the field of arms control and non-proliferation can help us anyway to see the contemporary event in a broader say context, and to detect some long-term processes or short mid-term processes, which I believe will influence the development of the regimes in the sphere of arms control. And I would like to speak mostly about arms control multilateral. Okay, thank you. That sounds better a little bit, probably. So I would concentrate first of all on multilateral arms control regimes, and not limited just by nuclear non-proliferation regime. So every arms control regime is based on is composed of two elements. One is kind of a background principles and norms, and the second element constructed on the basis of this norms and principles is a set of concrete rules, decision-making mechanisms, including organizations. And today, of course, decision-making procedures, concrete rules, etc. They are not stable, and they're not supposed to be stable. They have to adapt to the development of international situation, and this is something we witness now. Sometimes that's processes leading towards some positive changes, sometimes not. But still this is still about the concrete rules, not the basic principles. For example, there are some institutional changes, or changes of approaches, like, for example, state-level approach in International Atomic Energy Agency related to nuclear safeguards, or creation of new elements in Organization of Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, and, for example, the mechanism which was recently established in the regime in Biological Weapons Convention regime, prohibition of biological weapons, the Science and Technology Review process, for example. That seems to be quite positive, not always, but in general, because that can be that can make those regimes more, let's say, adapted to the present challenges which arms control faces and arms control regime, concrete arms control regimes face. Although there are some developments which I think we cannot regard as positive changes, I would say. Although the demand for further institutional development in international security is quite clear and visible, the intensified rivalry between different states in the world, in Europe and Middle East and Asia-Pacific regions hampered further strengthening of global regulatory mechanisms. There is also an increase in geopolitical competition and rivalry between various coalitions and blocs of countries, groups of countries seeking to dominate international agenda and international affairs. These competition, of course, manifests itself in the desire to create new multilateral cooperation formats that could substitute the existing intergovernmental institutes, or at least intended to do it. This is kind of an attempt to replace traditional international law in the sphere of arms control by so-called soft law. And I wouldn't regard it as really a positive change, a positive trend, let's say, because that is usually connected to the attempts of certain countries and groups of countries, first of all, United States and US allies, to ensure, let's say, domination with the use of certain tactics which are related to pressure of different types of pressure tactics, including technological deterrence, certification procedures, pressuring by coercive economic, political measures, etc. This will introduce, or could introduce, regulatory mechanisms, regulatory codes, rules, and undermine the trust of international community and different countries in the existing groups. These novel soft law institutions founded by voluntary contributions will emerge alongside or adjacent to such classical hard law, traditional law formats as international organizations and agreements. And of course, that leads to the problem of legitimacy of such kind of alternative structures, which I think inevitably will be discriminatory. Structures, which means that we don't have to, they don't have to consider the interests of all concerned countries, of all sovereign countries which have legal or rightful concerns over the security. Another dangerous, I think, tendency is the attempt to substitute traditional diplomacy with a coalition of certain non-governmental organizations or non-governmental actors, which claim to be important and visible players in the international arena, especially in the sphere of arms control. Of course, the activity have a lot of positive elements, and we can assume that we can recognize their role. But I believe that there is an attempt to establish kind of a parallel or even to substitute traditional diplomacy, which I think would be counterproductive. The attempts to create coalitions of like-minded nations combined with coordinated security interests. Also, one of the new developments which I would not characterize as kind of a positive. Instead of continuing inclusive diplomatic dialogue based on the principles of reciprocity and equal and indivisible security for all sovereign states, some countries, first of all, Western players, together with their allies, they desire to create coalitions of like-minded countries, coalitions of willing, and again, let's say, promote the agenda in arms control, which does not take into account the interests of many important players in international arena, last but not least, last but not least, sorry. There is also some innovative approaches to verification of compliance. Certain non-traditional ways to investigate the alleged cases of violation of existing norms, and attribute and all that based on open source intelligence or human intelligence, etc. That creates a serious risk of manipulating public opinion, because that is first of all aimed at public opinion, and sometimes on not very well informed public, let's say. The extent to which non-governmental organizations and social movements are drawn into geopolitical confrontation today is a matter of significant concern. Okay, so to sum up, I believe that the basic principles and norms of arms control regimes are still quite important, and there are some threats of their undermining, of their destruction, but still they are visible, and the countries, they regard it as a value. And this conference, I think, is a proof that arms control, non-proliferation is a value in international affairs, and we can see how Pakistan is interested in promoting those principles in the future, even being outside of the nuclear non-proliferation regime, still value nuclear non-proliferation. But there are and the changes we witness and tendencies we witness, they are visible on the level of concrete norms and rules, concrete rules and decision-making mechanisms. But these negative developments, I believe, are threatening to the basic level, to the level of principles. So that in the future it is possible that some countries or many countries in the world will not value the very basic principles of arms control and non-proliferation anymore. I formulated four threats, four dangers of that type. First, protectionism, combined with the distrust of national elites towards international institutions of global governance, can provoke states to withdraw from international arms control agreements. So if a country does not value the principle of arms control, that arms control is important, it should be promoted and preserved, then some countries losing the interest for traditional arms control regimes would be interested to, let's say, stay aside of it. Secondly, there is a possibility of prolonged stagnation of arms control diplomacy and the absence of advancement in the matter of universalization and entry into force of international agreements, such as comprehensive test ban treaty, nuclear test ban treaty, of course. The absence of progress in that area in negotiations in traditional diplomatic process might create kind of a disappointment, a general disappointment, which could influence governments and political decision-making. The lack of progress, and in this area, progress can never be very quick. It takes time, of course, but the lack of progress can lead to dissatisfaction in the societies and development of negative, say, attitude toward arms control in general. Thirdly, the institutional strength of non-proliferation regimes may be weakened due to the budget deficit which is getting worse and worse in all the regimes. And fourthly, there is a decrease in transparency and trust among the states, and their transparency in first of all, in the field of arms control and non-proliferation regimes. And this challenge is not relevant only for Russia, US bilateral arms control. This is a kind of a typical problem for many, if not all, international multilateral arms control regimes. Thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Andre, for a very insightful expose. I was just, if I was to take one personal takeaway from your thing, was no matter the imperfections or challenges that it faces, the role of the traditional arms control diplomacy must be sustained. So that's the kind of thing, takeaway that I have from your presentation. But first, they are very elaborate points, and then those will come into a discussion further. Now, it's my pleasure to invite our final speaker, Dr. Han Hua, who also does not need any introduction. After her presentation, we would then get into a discussion session. Madam, you have the floor now. Can you hear us clearly? Can you hear us, Madam?
Hi, the line is not that good, so I didn't hear Mr. Chairman's song, but now I can hear. It's my great pleasure to participate in this very substantial conference. I think it's a really timing and also very important event. I think I would definitely learn from what the speakers talked about from these statements, and also I will share some of my very preliminary thoughts on the current the arms control trend, and also some problems in non-proliferation front. So should I use the recorded radio for me, and then I will answer the questions?
Madam, you may like to do the presentation yourself. It might be easier that way. Can you handle that, please?
So can I use the share screen so I can use my PPT?
We can see the presentation on the screen now. So please go ahead.
But I cannot see the PPT from my side. But
okay, we have your title slide.
I couldn't see. I don't know how to handle that. So how I can read my PPT?
We can see your title slide.
Right. Now, but a little bit blurry. It's not so clear, but I can read those characters. Okay. Can I control the slides? Oh, okay. I would like to deliver my presentation by elaborate the concept of the great power rivalry, because I think that's a very important concept or the very important background when they talk about the current arms control and non-proliferation issues and problems. This term of the great power rivalry was used by Trump administration's national security strategy in 2017, as you may know. And in this document, the statement says, as I quoted, after being dismissed as a phenomena, I couldn't read.
Yes, so we have your
I could really,
which actually shows the Trump administration's policy and the Biden administration's policy. We can see.
now it's a little bit clear for me. I can read the characters.
Okay.
So after being dismissed as a phenomenon of an earlier century, the great power competition returned. This document also identified China and Russia as the U.S. strategic competitors. And I also look at the similar document, the National Security Strategy in 2022, Biden administration's document. The document also. So can I make my presentation later? I lost the PPT from my side, so I couldn't read through. Oh, okay, I can see that now. The Biden administration's national security strategy also talk about the times of great change and a time for competition between the major powers. In this document, China, for the first time, was identified as the only competitor with both the intent and power to reshape the international order. China also was identified as the U.S. most consequential geopolitical challenge. Russia was identified as an immediate threat to the free and open international system. Next slide, please. Okay, maybe I can use my own iPad. Next slide, please. Go. I could not control the slide.
Which slide would you like now? After the...
How can I turn the slide, the next slide?
Do you want the...
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Oh. The meaning, yeah.
Yeah. Second page, second slide.
Yes. I'm sorry. The second one, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, the third one.
Next one.
Slide.
It's ugly. Next one. Yeah. There you go. Great power competition.
I couldn't see that. Maybe I can make my presentation later. I can open my own iPad.
If you could just speak, we will run your slides here. If you could just give us the gist of your thoughts, because you're the final speaker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I again lost the slide.
Would you like to say something on the meanings of great power competition? Because we have that slide on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't remember what sorry. I couldn't just. So can I answer the questions later?
Do you want me to read your slide so that you can comment on it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we have your second slide
idea.
now.
You can read through the slides.
So the title says
because I cannot
great power competition, and there are three main points. Conventional replacing unconventional security has returned as the main theme of IR. Geopolitics amongst the major states has intensified significantly, flashpoints of confrontation in regions. And the third point is the new dynamics of balance of power have emerged, build-up of conventional nuclear new technologies capabilities, realignment among countries and reassurance arrangements and alliances, and deployment of armed forces. That's what this slide says. Would you like to say something, or shall we go to the next one?
Yeah, you please read the next one. Or maybe I can read from my own iPad.
Okay. So the next slide is challenges to arms control and non-proliferation. And you're basically talking about arms control, the role of nuclear weapons.
Yeah, the challenge, first I would like to talk about the challenges toward arms control. Yes. 3 points I made out here. The first one is the role of nuclear weapons. I have already seen the increasing role of nuclear weapons and lowering the threshold of the nuclear weapons use. For example, we can talk about the nuclear weapon states, nuclear postures, and nuclear doctrines. We can see the changes. And also we have already seen the potential use of nuclear weapons in war fighting. All people around the countries, they talk about the limit nuclear war scenarios. So all these signs are not very encouraging. The second challenge toward arms control is the collapse of arms control regime. Dr. Ruff just mentioned that. I also think most all the treaties and agreements reached and signed by the U.S. and Soviet Union in the Cold War era, and after most of them have already dismissed, and also only the New START Treaty is the last remaining bilateral arms control agreement, but still in a very fragile status. And also we have already seen the potential arms race in strategic and unstrategic capabilities in the major countries. When we talk about non-strategic capabilities, we talk about AI. Some speakers have already mentioned this, and cyber, and also the outer space capabilities are also in the process of rapid development. And especially when we talk about the new types of nuclear and missile capabilities, and we have already seen a new round of missile testing in recent years. The third challenge is escalation risks. We have already seen some countries have taken action such as attacking or threatening to attack nuclear facilities and strategic assets in some countries. The nuclear early warning radars, for example. And the challenge toward non-proliferation regime, for me, I think the general problem is that should we pursue our own geopolitical objectives, or we should pursue non-proliferation interests? That is kind of balance, we cannot really find the good way.
So you recommend non-proliferation diplomacy?
This problem in specific way. We have already seen the non-proliferation diplomacy has not been successful in recent years. For example, the NPT review conferences in last 2 decades, no final documents came out after the discussion at UN. And also we have seen the almost a collapse of the JCPOA after the Trump withdrew from that treaty. The action plan. The second challenge toward the non-proliferation regime is the extended nuclear deterrence arrangement. For example, we talk about the new very big change in the nuclear sharing arrangement in Asia Pacific, especially between the United States and South Korea, and some extended between the US and Japan. And also we talk about, when we talk about extended nuclear deterrence, we say some proliferation of missile defense systems, and sometimes, especially in recent years, some offensive missile deployment in Asia Pacific or in other parts of the world. The third challenge toward the non-proliferation regime is the geopolitics in non-proliferation organizations. For example, we have already seen some politicalization in IAEA that some kind of debate, or when they talk about AUKUS, the self of a submarine technology or materials, Navy, the weapon grade materials, with the cells of the nuclear submarines. So let me summarize the general challenges toward arms control and non-proliferation. The first one is a nuclear dynamics in insecurity paradox, especially very concerned about the escalation leaders. Leaders have already created in the gap between the strategic levels kind of a stability, but the low intensity conflicts or conventional conflicts. And also I have already seen the erosion of the norm of unthinkable of nuclear use. We used to have that norm for some time. The third problem is the gray zone, my own term, the gray zone proliferation. That means you don't necessarily to violate the NPT treaty per se, but some actions taken by countries violating the norms created with the NPT treaty. So what we can do in a very dangerous moment, I think 3 points I would like to share with our distinguished speakers and guests. The first one is nuclear for deterrence only, that concept, and also the concept of stability inside the nuclear primacy could be considered as the keys in nuclear thinking and decision-making in nuclear weapon states. The second area I think we can work together is collaborating on avoiding any actions that may lead to escalation I think that is dearly needed at this moment. Lastly, I think the P5 or N5 process or dialogues on strategic stability is an important approach to cope with challenges both toward strategic stability and to non-proliferation regime. Thank you very much. Let me stop here. I'm looking for your comments and questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hanhua, for tackling successfully through all these technical glitches and giving us the sense. May I take the liberty to say, in a broad sense, the takeaways that I took from your presentation, 3 or 4 points.
I cannot hear.
Consistent policies that have come out from United States are incrementally seeing Russia and China as the enemy countries. Then you also talked about the escalation risks, the threat to attack the nuclear assets. You also talked about the need or relevance of the various alliances, including some of those which are evolving. And you threw in the gray zone ambiguities which complicate the issue. And finally, the recommendation for cooperation and dialogue, which will actually help stabilize that situation. Thank you for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard 3 eminent speakers. You heard some themes which are recurring, and you heard some aspects which were different. Now is the time to draw blood through a question-answer session. We have some time. Let me take one round, and I'll take these 4 questions, and then we'll see if we have time for another one. We go in this order: you, sir, and after you, and the third and the fourth. That's right. Yes, please. Either mic de dein. Whoever is going to speak, please identify yourself with your institutional affiliation, and please tell who the question is addressed to in the panel. The 2 other panelists are also online and they're listening.
I'm Zahir Kazmi. I'm Sir Banori's student. 3 questions. First one for Andrei Pavlov. What has Russia gained from the non-proliferation regime? Your good behavior has not been reciprocated, and Moscow had to lately de-ratify the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. And there are signals that North Korea, India, and some other state may resume nuclear testing. This will send or push back arms control a bit back more. So what is your response or comment on that? The second question is to Ms. Hanhua. I was struck by the last point in your PowerPoint presentation, where you wrote down something about AUKUS. What would be your views on if AUKUS is replicated, let's say, between India and France? How will it affect the arms control, and how will it affect strategic stability? And lastly, to Dr. Tariq Rauf. So strategic stability, I think, is lame. It has lost its leg of arms control. And deterrence is the overgrowing leg. I want to draw on what you said about emerging and disruptive technologies. Will these, in your reckoning, affect the arms control regime in a manner that till the time these mature into military systems, you will not find anyone on the arms control table? Thank you.
With the indulgence of the panelists, I would like to take all 4 questions first and then seek your answers. Thank you. The gentleman in the pink shirt.
And pink socks. Ejaz Haider. I've been a newspaper man, currently kind of unemployed. My question primarily is to Professor Han. So years ago, one of the Chinese experts, Li Bin, spoke about verifiable no first use policy, which had 3 or 4 different factors. But one of the important things that he spoke about was the fact that the Chinese policy is not launch on warning, it's not launch under attack, it's launch after attack. But interestingly enough, now that the modernization has begun, and recently there was this Carnegie publication called Chinese Nuclear Thinking, which was edited by Libin and Tong Zhao. And it talks about the fact that one of the vulnerabilities, of course, is technical lagging. Then there are internal threats that China basically factors in terms of how it has to respond to security challenges. And thirdly, and very interestingly, and I had a discussion with Tong on movement away from the previous policy of a response after attack. Is the no first use policy still relevant? And finally, you talked about a nuclear dialogue. To the best of my knowledge, the Americans have been trying to draw the Chinese into a dialogue, but China has so far refused to do that on the basis of the fact that China still lags behind Russia and the United States, if not in terms of technologies, then in terms of numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. I am Dr. Zafar. My question and comment, the first part is directed to Dr. Andre, and the second part of my question, I would request Dr. Tariq Rauf to respond to that. Looking at the history of arms control and disarmament, I am not going into the history of arms control and disarmament in any case, but all these treaties and regimes came into being to create sort of certainty and stability, that is, to create sort of peace, resulting from the geopolitical and geostrategic rivalry of great powers. Why is that the current environment or the contemporary geostrategic environment causing a collapse instead of creating or strengthening creating new regimes or strengthening the existing regime? And secondly, the second part, which is directed to Dr. Tariq Rauf. Sir, do you foresee any regulatory regime coming up as a result of the lethality brought in by the new technologies, especially the pagers and other commercial communication equipment being exploding and causing a lot of casualties and destruction? So do you foresee that in the near future, there would be a sort of regulatory regime coming up on the use of artificial intelligence or regulating cyberspace, lethal autonomous weapons, etc.? Thank you very much, sir.
Last question for this set. वहां दे दें पीछे mic.
Thank you so much, my teacher. This is Noreen Iftikhar, non-resident research fellow of SPI. I have a very brief question, and it will be directed to Dr. Tariq Rauf. Sir, how you see the rise of circumstantial alliances and extra-regional forces, and how it will impact the non-proliferation and strategic stability in the longer run? Thank you.
Thank you. Now there's a fairly large menu on the questions. May I request, Andre, you to first answer the questions that are addressed to you, and perhaps even those that you want to pick on, otherwise is okay also a lot.
Thank you. If I understand correctly, please tell me if I'm wrong. The first question was about why Russia still value NPT, or yeah. Well, yes, Russia still values NPT, and maybe even more than previously. although previously it was also a great value for Russia, because I think, I share that view. It's not only official, it's my personal view, that say poorly regulated environment is anyway better than a chaos. So if we say that yes, there are problems, weakening of the regime, mistrust is growing, and functioning of the regime is not perfect, and there are violations, etc. It's anyway better than nothing, than a chaotic, say, environment. So we can have a background which would, I think, allow us to do something maybe in the future when the situation will change and it will be possible to, let's say, move forward in that. This is the short answer and most general answer. I think more specific for Russia would be that in the regime, at least Russia can do something. Can be, and Russia is influential actor in the regime, and can influence to a certain extent, always can influence that development. So it's not just a kind of a not regulated area where Russia want to defend its own interests with only own resources, etc. It is still better than that. So that will be my answer to that question. Concerning the collapse of the regimes yeah, that's a very, let's say, widespread idea. Why we don't have functional regimes when we most need it, when we need it the most, when there is a kind of a crisis, or crisis elements in international affairs. They grow, and in that area we need arms control and regulations more than in normal time, in time of peace and in the time of, let's say, lowering tensions. We always ask that question. But I would not, first of all, I would divide it into two parts. I wouldn't say that international multilateral arms control regimes, they collapse. Because yes, there is a crisis, many of them, and some developments we believe is quite controversial or maybe negative. But those multilateral regimes, they still function. They still do something. Maybe they are not ideal. They are not doing everything they're supposed to do. But again, as in the case of the NPT, it's better to have them, and I think it's a general view that we still have to support at least the background of the regimes, because they are useful anyway, and it's better to have them than have nothing. Speaking about bilateral Russia-US, which is close to collapse, I mean Russia-US nuclear strategic forces arms control regime, which is about to collapse because we have just one treaty which will expire very soon, in a bit more than 1 year. I think that in this situation we see that previously, when the negotiations just started and they continued for decades between Soviet Union first and Russia and the United States, both sides regarded itself as equal partners, equally important, and were ready to take into account the interests, not share, of course, not support, but take into account the interests of the opposite side, which is not the case today, I think, because I don't think US partners in this sense, I will use the word partners because Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs use this word in this case of Russia-US arms control. They are not ready to, say, take into account Russia's interests. And this is not possible to continue. So it was for a long time when Russia tried to do something about that, but still it's not the case. And I think when in this area, at least, not totally, but in this area, that mutual, let's say, understanding of the interests will be reestablished, if it will happen. That will change the situation for better.
Thank you. Dr. Han Hua, would you like to take the questions that came your way?
Thank you very much for those very insightful questions and also some comments. I only heard the two questions, so I try to answer those two questions. The first one, we talked about the French-India submarine cooperation. I know in the beginning, after the AUKUS declared that there were going to be a cooperation and also some sharing and some sales from the United States or Great Britain's submarine technology or nuclear-driven submarines themselves to Australia. I noticed that India showed some interest also trying to get the transfers. Only some media reports talk about that, but I didn't see any response from the AUKUS, that group of countries. But at the same after that, French showed his interest in selling the conventional driven submarines to India, and I assume they have already conducted some kind of negotiations on these transfers or cooperation. So this definitely, from an arms controller's point of view, is not good news, because any submarines capability around the world is not good for regional stability, definitely. But I cannot say the normative judgment is good or not, because it is a kind of demonstration of, as Dr. Rolf just mentioned, it's a kind of a proliferation chain. Not only nuclear weapons or technology, but also the missile technologies or submarines technologies, or the submarines themselves too. So that's my my answer to that question. The second one is about with the growing number and also some technologies advancement in Chinese nuclear build-up or nuclear modernization. Some people say maybe China would like, as the DOD's annual report talking about, maybe China has already been in the position as the long-term warning poster, rather than still we still think there's a no alert or low alert status of nuclear posture. But for me, I think even for the growing capability of Chinese nuclear weapons and missile capabilities, I still think the policy of no force use still will be consistent in the foreseeable future. But myself, my personal view, I still think it's important for me is to tell who are the non-nuclear states. So we have to have a more clearly identified who are the non-nuclear states. That's really my personal view. If your nuclear sharing with the equipment, or maybe that's a complicated definition of who are the nuclear have-nots.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Tariq Rauf, can I take the liberty to ask you to be as crisp in your answers as you can be? This panel is standing frightfully between this audience and the lunch. And I know that we just have a few minutes. So I know you can do this, but please answer the questions that were addressed to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to report that I was just reading a report out of Moscow that Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Alexander Grushko confirmed that the nuclear risk reduction hotline between Moscow and Washington is still operative. They have a deconfliction channel as well. So this is a good sign under the current situation. So the question that was asked to me by Dr. Zafar and also by Mr. Zahir Kazmi, I'll answer the question by Mr. Kazmi first, which, as I understand, was about arms control and strategic stability. There is no agreed definition of strategic stability. Strategic stability means whatever it means to whoever is the one who is using that term. The same thing goes for undiminished security for all. We find these terms used very liberally in various documents, but there has never been an agreed understanding other than avoidance of nuclear war. With these new technologies, there are no guardrails. This is first mover advantage. At the conference held in Vienna in April by the Austrian Foreign Ministry on autonomous weapons, the technology holders did not want any guardrails. Their view was the same as the National Rifle Association in Washington. These technologies don't kill people, people kill people. So the issue is not controlling the technology, but who has this technology. And in that context, I would like that if there's one message coming out of this conference, please stop using this word of non-proliferation. It's done. Those countries that needed to make nuclear weapons have already made them. Those who wanted to be threshold states have already acquired that capability. Our focus now should be on nuclear arms control and disarmament. Non-proliferation was an old term, as I explained in my earlier comment, and I don't want to elaborate on that. Dr. Kazmi also referred to Russia de-ratifying the CTBT. So the statement made here by the Russian permanent representative, Mikhail Ulyanov, is that Russia has only done what the United States already did in 1999 when it rejected ratification. And now Russia is in the same position as China and the US as having signed the treaty but not ratified it. Russia completed its last international monitoring system in its territory last December. It is continuing to provide data to the International Data Center at the CTBT organization. It continues to be a member of the CTBT. So there is no change in that other than it's formally not ratified it. It doesn't mean it's preparing to test. But nonetheless, this is still a negative development. I also wanted to talk about AUKUS because the person who has done the most work on AUKUS and nuclear submarines is me, going back all the way to 1988. Also, we need to deal with these geostrategic hallucinations of using concepts like Quad, Indo-Pacific, AUKUS, and so on. These are all deeply flawed, and we should not fall into the trap of using this terminology unquestioningly. With regard to the India-France agreement or US agreement on providing nuclear submarines, unfortunately, it's different because Australia is a non-nuclear weapon state party to the NPT, and it will exempt nuclear material from safeguards, which it is required to put under safeguards. India, unfortunately, the Soviet Union and the Russian Federation are the guilty parties here. They already shared nuclear submarine technology with India, India has copied that technology. Its nuclear submarines are based on Russian Soviet design, and we need to hold Russia accountable for that. So getting new technology from France is very different because it's not a party to the NPT. But nonetheless, for Pakistan, it's an issue. And if I were Pakistan, I would be knocking on the doors on Beijing, asking for nuclear submarine technology for Pakistan as well, or India to get it. There's a lot more to say, but I will stop there, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for these answers, ladies and gentlemen. Those who wanted to ask questions, I apologize to you. Please engage Andre over lunch, and there are more sessions, and you will be able to deal with them. As a just closing sense of what are the takeaways, I just need about 45 minutes to tell you about the takeaways. That is that long. So let me just say 2 or 3 sentences. The future of arms control is complicated because it is nebulous. There's a lot of fuzziness around this. The ongoing conflicts around the world now, the very burning conflicts in Palestine and in Ukraine, have nuclear weapon states as parties, one way or the other. So there are these issues that need to be grappled. Such conversations are very, very important because they need to be taken into more deeper reflections. So that's an important thing. But on a somber thing, if the world community is not very serious on such dialogues, the history tells you World War I, 17 million, World War II, 60 million. Are we going to wait till that time when something like this happens, and then you start to think more of arms control? The time is now. Thank you very much for your attention. Please join me in an applause to our online participants as well as to Dr. Andre. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you to our speakers for sharing your invaluable insights, and especially to Dr. Rauf and Dr. Hanhua for handling all the technological glitches with patience and grace. And I would like to extend my gratitude to our worthy moderator for completing this session successfully. I would request Dr. Naeem Ahmed Salik to please give conference mementos. First, I would like to request Dr. Andrei Pavlov to receive his memento. Thank you so much. Thank you. You saved the session. Now I would like to request our moderator, Mr. Khalid Binouri, to receive his memento. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take a well-deserved lunch break after 2 engaging back-to-back sessions. We appreciate your patience and look forward to reconvening shortly at 15:30 after an hour. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the third and last working session for today's proceedings. This session will focus on a topic that is gaining increasing significance in the global security landscape, and that is growing power contestation in space. I extend my gratitude to our esteemed speakers for joining us to share their valuable insights on this complex and rapidly evolving issue. I would now request the speakers and moderators to join us on the stage. They're already here. We are honored to have a very distinguished panel with us today for this important discussion. The first speaker for this discussion would be Mr. Dmitry Stefanovich. Mr. Stefanovich is a research fellow at the Center for International Security at the Primikov National Research Institute of World Economy and International Relations of the Russian Academy of Sciences, member of the Council for Foreign and Defense Policy, member of the PIR Center Advisory Board. His research interests include strategic weapons, hypersonic weapons, space, disruptive technologies, arms control, and regional security. Our second guest speaker for today's discussion is Dr. James Acton. He will be joining us online. Dr. Acton holds the Jessica T. Matthews Chair and is co-director of the Nuclear Policy Program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. He focuses on nuclear deterrence, arms control, escalation risks of advanced non-nuclear weapons, and nuclear policy. He has published in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, Foreign Affairs, Foreign Policy, and Science and Global Security. Our third speaker for today's discussion is Ms. Juliana Swiss. She will also be joining us online. Ms. Juliana is a research fellow on space security as a part of the military sciences team at RUSI and is the host of the podcast War in Space. Her research interests include global space governance, sustainability, counter-space capabilities, and space warfare. Ms. Juliana holds an MA in Conflict Security and Development from King's College London and a BA in Political and International Relations from the University of Reading. Prior to joining RUSI, she was an intern for the Development, Concept and Doctrine Center, the independent think tank of Ministry of Defense. Then she researched varied topic areas, including geostrategics, security, and stabilization topics, as well as future and contemporary trends in warfare. Our last speaker for this discussion would be Dr. Ali Sarosh. Dr. Ali Sarosh is an experienced researcher and teacher in aerospace systems and technologies at the Department of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering of Air University. He holds a PhD in space vehicle design and a master's degree in space propulsion technologies. He is the inventor of 2 design patents in hypersonic launch systems and rocket-based combined cycle engines. Dr. Sarosh has been appointed as the member of Technical Advisory Committee on Global Hypersonic Space Technologies by the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Dr. Sarosh specializes his research in technology strategies and application for aerospace systems. He has extensively published journal works in space systems design, hypersonic technologies, development of sustainable space policies, strategies for nascent space powers, and counter space operation. This session will be moderated by Mr. Hamdan Khan. Mr. Hamdan Khan is a research officer at Strategic Vision Institute. He is a graduate of National Defense University, Islamabad, and has worked for Pakistan Council on China and the Institute of Strategic Studies, Islamabad. Mr. Hamdan's area of research are global politics, with a focus on great power politics, programs and policies of nuclear weapon states, and emerging military technologies. I would like now hand over this session to Mr. Hamdan to moderate the remaining of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha, for the kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the working session 3 of this Islamabad Non-Proliferation Conference. The theme of this session is slightly away from nuclear and all that stuff, but even in this session, you would hear a lot about nuclear. So without wasting any time, I would be passing the floor to our first speaker, Mr. Dmitry Stefanovich. Dmitry, floor is yours.
Thank you, Hamdan, and many thanks to SVI for hosting me here and giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts on this issue, which is of great importance. I'm also honored by the team that is assembled for this session with lots of old friends and great experts who I'm very happy to know now. So in my remarks, I'd like to cover some basic narratives, basic ideas on how growing power contestation, as you've put it, in space affects international security and national security. Moreover, I will try to focus on opportunities to reduce the risks and dangers that are there because of the confrontation in space, because unfortunately, this is where we are today. Well, current environment internationally hardly contributes to efforts to achieve any progress in securing peaceful nature of space activities. And there are numerous conflicts on Earth, as we've learned during our previous sessions, and these conflicts also spill over to outer space. But actually, space was militarized since the beginning. Military implications of space capabilities were there since day one of the space era. However, now there is rapid progress in different assorted technologies which make the usability of outer space for military operations even more important, and these capabilities provide more and more robust options to enhance the military missions. Third, we have a situation where there is a rapid influx of new actors to space. We have commercial companies, we have so-called new space, and basically these are the ones who are responsible in a good way for kind of revolutionizing the space industry. Now we have a space industry that is much different from what we've seen during previous space eras. At the same time, these very non-state actors, commercial companies, new space companies, they also are becoming increasingly engaged in military activities, and not by some accident, but by design. This is many of those companies do not shy away from arguing that they want military missions, they want military contracts. Fourth, well, there is next to none progress in achieving anything multilateral, anything legally binding that might prevent war in space, that might prevent the weaponization, actual weaponization of outer space. Moreover, even the small progress that is there is being undermined by so-called minilateral formats, by different coalitions of the willings, of like-minded countries, and so on. So there is a very similar dynamic to what we see on Earth in different conflicts. Each of these challenges actually deserves a separate session in this conference or in some other conference, but I will also try to address some broader things. First, well, there are some good news. As unlikely as it is, but an agreed report of a group of United Nations governmental experts on prevention of arms race in outer space has been released, and this is actually quite a breakthrough. It's not something that will solve our issues in space, but it will definitely help us to map a way forward. Of course, the biggest threat, if we speak about space security, is the so-called kinetic confrontation. So when someone tries to take down satellites, ground infrastructure, destroy it for good. But at the same time, even before such confrontation, non-kinetic confrontation, non-destructive confrontation, non-destructive actions against this or that space capabilities and Earth-based capabilities that are relevant to space will take place. And to some extent, we actually see this already in numerous declared or non-declared conflicts that are happening on our planet. Another issue that I would like to draw your attention to is the proliferation of so-called dual-use capabilities. Basically, in space, a lot of things that might be originally designed for benign missions, benign uses, can be then repurposed for malign uses. Vice versa is actually also possible, and we know stories how military capabilities were used for civilian purposes, but we're talking about a process in reverse now. Such capabilities are numerous. One of those are so-called orbital inspectors, a spacecraft that is capable to change orbits, come closer to other spacecraft, and so on, carrying out so-called rendezvous and proximity operations. Originally, it might be a very good capability for any spacefaring nation, for any space activity. You can see what's wrong with your satellite, you might even fix it or refuel it, and so on. But if you can approach your own satellite, you can also approach satellite of your adversary and do something bad to that. Another example is the so-called robotic arms that can be used for sort of experiments, but at the same time that can also do something bad to the spacecraft of an adversary nation or non-state actor. Another very important domain is the so-called space situational awareness or space domain awareness, basically a capability to see what's going on in space. And while originally these capabilities were of purely military nature, now commercial actors are also joining this process, and they also do not shy away of actually engaging in different security issues, basically providing public information about actions of this or that military satellites, and so on. Of course, generally speaking, it is more of a good thing to do, because if we have a more or less clear picture of what is going on in space, what is going on in orbit, and this picture is corroborated or shared by different actors, it might prevent different inadvertent escalation scenarios and so on. But at the same time, space situational awareness capabilities can be used for targeting of satellites, can be used even for missile defense. Finally, I'll say a few words on the implications that this contestation in space and the possible future confrontation in space might have on strategic stability and specifically on sustainability of nuclear deterrence. There is a generally shared view that stabilizing direction of nuclear forces development is to focus on secure second strike capability, on survivable forces, and related efforts to somewhat limit counterforce capabilities that are fit for disarming operations. Because the latter might lead to preemptive strategies being embraced, which is by design very destabilizing. How space comes into play here? Well, space capabilities, especially when they are being pulled by different alliances, like-minded countries, coalitions, and assembled into joint global networks, these capabilities can actually undermine the survivability of second strike forces and enhance counterforce strike capabilities. No matter what's being said about the aims or missions or tasks of these or that developments, everyone will perceive them as directed against their capabilities, especially if we speak about nuclear weapon states. The good news is that now most major nations, most nuclear weapon states, believe that having such sort of capability is good for your own security, and so start to invest in mega constellations and things like that. So effectively, it seems that there will be more and more stakeholders interested in preventing kinetic confrontation in space, interested in keeping the space more or less peaceful. But to hedge against possible superiority of your adversary, most countries will also try to develop the capability to, well, destroy such mega constellations. So, in the end, my final point would be that to prevent these negative scenarios, the only way is to have a sort of a legally binding mechanism, a legally binding document that will prevent weaponization of space one and for all, and it should be a priority for whole mankind, because anyway, we should not be always tied to this planet. However, alternative to this legally binding mechanism is the development proliferation of hard tools, of military tools that will prevent weaponization in space. So if someone will put a weapon, there will be a capability to take it down immediately. But first step in a mechanism to prevent weaponization of space is the so-called bilateral joint statements on no first placement of weapons in space. It's great that Pakistan was among the first nations who supported this Russian effort. And to put it in words that are used by Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it's an ultimate form of interstate transparency. Because even if there are some people making jokes that many countries who signed to these statements have no and will never have any space capabilities, it is a very important tool to have a global, or at least a multilateral, understanding of what is good and what is bad in space, which is especially important if we look at the United Nations process, because ultimately United Nations should be the guarantor of the peaceful use of outer space. And with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stefanovic, for your valuable remarks. Now I would pass the floor to Dr. James Acton. Sir, floor is yours.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm very sorry I'm not able to join you in person this morning, but it's a pleasure to be able to join you all virtually. I am going to focus here very specifically on the links between the contestation of space and nuclear weapons. And in particular, I'm going to focus on the United States, China, and Russia. And that's solely because I think I understand their space-based command and control capabilities well enough to be able to talk about them. It's not a suggestion that the role of other space actors doesn't matter. It's a reflection of my own ignorance in that regard. And really, there's two issues that I want to focus on this morning. The first are threats to space-based nuclear command and control satellites. And the second is the development of nuclear-armed anti-satellite weapons. My argument this morning is going to be that in both cases, there is a significant and growing risk of deliberate or unintended escalation, including to the point of nuclear use. Let me focus first on this issue of threats to space-based nuclear command and control capabilities. The United States, China, and Russia all use space for the purpose of nuclear command and control, including for early warning, that is, detecting adversary nuclear weapons after they've been launched and they're incoming, and for communicating with their own nuclear forces, including for the purpose of sending potential execution orders. Currently, in the case of the US, Russia, and China, it appears that the most important satellites are in these high-altitude orbits, geosynchronous orbit or more near orbit. The technical details here don't matter so much as the point that the primary threat to satellites in these orbits come from other satellites, so-called co-orbital anti-satellite weapons. If you're thinking about the threats to satellites in low Earth orbit, the main threats currently come from ground-based systems, whether that's direct descent ASAT weapons or lasers, but for the high-altitude orbits that are used for nuclear command and control, the primary threats are other satellites. And moreover, many nuclear command and control satellites, if not all nuclear command and control satellites, are used for both nuclear and non-nuclear missions. I'm going to use the phrase dual use here because that's the one that I always use, but I use dual use in a different sense from that which Dmitry used it of conventional and nuclear. So I think various risks can arise in this case, due to the development of co-orbital anti-satellite weapons. The first is that in the event that one state was anticipating a nuclear war, or in the event that there had been limited nuclear use, one state might launch non-nuclear attacks on another's nuclear command and control satellites, specifically for the purpose of degrading the effectiveness of the adversary's nuclear command and control system. For reasons that I'm not going to spell out now, but I think are intuitive, that could lead to further escalation. Secondly, in the event of a conventional war, one state might have an incentive to attack an adversary's dual-use satellites, potentially for the purpose of trying to degrade its non-nuclear capabilities. It attacks the adversary's satellites that are involved in non-nuclear missions. But if those satellites are dual-use, if they're also involved in nuclear missions, then the effect of those attacks would be to undermine the adversary's nuclear command and control system, potentially just unintentionally. But again, that could still lead to further escalation. And then a third risk is the possibility that a repositioning operation, that is a non-hostile repositioning operation, the movement of one satellite through space, not in its usual orbit, in order to reposition it to better view or communicate in some way, could be viewed as the prelude to a co-orbital attack. You know, if in a crisis or conflict, say, a US satellite were to be repositioned and were to approach a Russian satellite, that might appear to Russia as the preparation for an attack. And again, that could potentially lead to further escalation. Second issue I want to look at is the development of nuclear-armed anti-satellite weapons. To take a step back, and this is something that Dimitri has already mentioned, the growing threat to satellites of all purposes are motivating the development of these proliferated constellations. That is, constellations with potentially hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of satellites in. In the case of the US military, this is separate from Starlink here. In the case of the US military, the US is developing something called the Proliferated Warfighter Space Architecture, which is going to be a dedicated proliferated constellation for military purposes. Now, according to the United States government, Russia is currently developing nuclear-armed anti-satellite weapons, essentially satellites with nuclear weapons on board. If the US government is correct in that, and I think it probably is, I believe that Russia's program is in part a development to the US proliferated warfighter space architecture. Trying to attack satellites with non-nuclear means when there are hundreds or thousands in a given constellation is simply not going to be practical. A nuclear weapon is, I think, a pretty effective way of trying to undermine an adversary's proliferated constellation. Obviously, there's one very direct pathway to nuclear use here, which is simply a state uses a nuclear-armed anti-satellite weapon to attack another satellites. But I think there's also a risk here of a particularly acute risk here of crisis instability. And this stems from the fact that a nuclear-armed anti-satellite weapon is presumably designed to be deployed in space sometime before it is used, whether that's hours, days, weeks, years, how long, who knows. But this creates particular risk of crisis instability. Imagine that Russia has launched a nuclear-armed anti-satellite weapon. The US has a clear incentive to attack that weapon prior to its detonation. Russia has a clear incentive to detonate that weapon before it's attacked. Each side is fully aware of the other's incentives to go first, and that creates an incentive for each side to go first, potentially to preempt the other side. And I would argue that this risk of crisis instability in space is significantly greater than the problem caused by nuclear threats to nuclear forces. And I'm somebody that worries a lot about the crisis instability implications of nuclear threats to nuclear forces. I don't want to discuss a huge amount of detail about what can be done because of limitations of time. I would just like to say that partly the approach here is technical. I think things like radiation hardening satellites, which if you radiation harden satellites in proliferated constellations, you can significantly mitigate the effects of a nuclear detonation in space. And also partly cooperative. I do think that it would be a good idea to introduce safety zones around satellites in high altitude orbits. This doesn't work in low altitude orbits, to keep potential co-orbital anti-satellite weapons away from nuclear command and control satellites. I think we should look at some prohibitions of activities in space. I think comprehensive agreements to ban the militarization of space it's simply not definable what the terms are. But I do think that we should look at specific prohibitions. Unfortunately, though, all of that is not encouraging due to the state of international politics right now. Anyway, thank you for your time and attention, and I very much look forward to the following discussion.
Thank you, Dr. James Acton, for these very enlightening remarks. Now I would be passing the floor to our third speaker, Ms. Juliana Zeus. Juliana, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for this invitation, and apologies that I can't be there in person. Now, I want to start my remarks by talking about the nature of space and talking about how politics and states' ambitions are projected into space. I think quite often there's a misconception that space, is a sort of apart from us, it's an apolitical sphere. That is very much not the case. So if we talk about great power competition on Earth, we will be able to see that in space as well. And the dynamics in space are simply that space has always been militarized. So that means we are using space for military purposes, and we always have. right? This is not something new. Even the first launch of the first satellite in 1957, Sputnik, was also launched for military reasons. So the change that we've seen since then is simply that we've grown much more reliant on space. Increasingly, we are growing more and more reliant on space. So if we're looking at modern militaries today, they rely on space for navigation, communications, intelligence gathering, etc. And the stakes are now higher than they ever were before. For example, if we're looking at the strategic assets that we have in space that warn us of ICBM launches, for example, but also the nuclear early warning satellites that we have. And James has obviously already talked about the nuclear and space entanglement there. Now, counter-space technologies can disrupt or even destroy those capabilities. And again, that is not a new dynamic that we're seeing in space at all. The first counter-space capability was tested back in 1959, so very shortly after the first launch of the satellite. Now, counter-space capabilities encompass temporary and reversible measures, such as jamming and spoofing of signals, for example, all the way to the permanent and non-reversible end, such as kinetic intercepts of satellites, either through a missile launched from Earth or through another satellite in orbit. And that technology is also becoming more advanced. So if we talk about rendezvous and proximity maneuvers, for example, so allowing satellites to maneuver close to another satellite, these are becoming much more sophisticated. And this is especially important since this means that sensitive military satellites can be photographed, the signals potentially intercepted, and while the intention may not be to inflict any physical damage, these close maneuvers could also be misinterpreted and lead to further escalation. And this is when we talk about the risk of miscalculation in space. And I think this is inherent due to the unique characteristics that we're seeing in space. So conjunction analysis, so the calculation of a risk of collision between two satellites and the position of satellites themselves is always subjective up to an extent. And that is because different actors will use different methods for finding the position of their assets. They'll have different algorithms that they use. So yes, there's a certain subjective nature of being able to tell where your satellites are and where other satellites are moving towards. Now, how do we avoid the potential for miscalculation? I think we need to talk about responsible behaviors in space, because it avoids the decades-long debate and discussion about what a weapon in space looks like. These can be essentially impossible to really define. If we're talking about a piece of debris the size of 1 centimeter, that can have the impact of a hand grenade in orbit. So it shows us that even something that was never intended as a weapon can inflict physical damage akin to a weapon. It also helps us get around the issue of dual use, and the two speakers before me have already sort of touched on this as well. Simple example perhaps are robotic arms, which can help us keep space sustainable by picking up space debris and making sure that satellites that are no longer maneuverable are not in the way, therefore not posing a danger to other satellites, but also they can be used to harm other satellites potentially. So I think a focus on behaviors instead of the technology, which also is continuously evolving, provides a more long-lasting solution and perhaps also leads to us building more trust. Again, I think James has already discussed how the current geopolitical dynamics don't really lend themselves to a long-lasting sort of solution that we can sort of sign immediately. So perhaps we need to take a couple of steps in the meantime. I think we need to acknowledge that we are all incredibly dependent on space, and that's not just the big spacefaring nations. We're all space users to an extent. So I think a bottom-up approach for all to get involved in is necessary for a sustainable approach to space that allows us to operate in the environment in a safe manner. Thank you very much. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Juliana. Now it's turn for our fourth and last speaker for today's session, Dr. Ali Sarosh. Sir, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I have a confession to make. I'm the only mutant in this room, a technologist and a scientist by profession and strategist by practice. So it's going to give you a different taste of how I look at things. It's not purely from the strategy point of view. It's also from how the technology is going to make a trajectory. So I'm going to talk about how the space contest is going to shape the technology in this world, and that technology is going to then transfer into the strategies that will evolve over the next couple of years. For the past 8 decades or more, we have seen that the technology and strategy have been steadily getting intertwined. We are now into the 3rd generation. From a technology perspective, I call it the 3rd generation of space contest. So I'm going to refer it to as Space Contest 3.0. This is an era of changing realities, an era where new powers have appeared and consolidated. There's a formidable challenger to the United States' existing space dominance, and something that US Department of Defense has already accepted in their State of Space Industrial Base 2022 paper, in which they have put China ahead of US as the possible dominant power, a space power, by the year 2045, if not earlier. And that's a very important document. So this contest 3.0 is actually an escalating competition. It's a competition not just between major space powers, it's between nascent powers, it's also between the private entities. So there are too many stakeholders to this contest now. This is very different from what it used to be in the previous eras. And it's not about prestige, it's not about military superiority, it's about global dominance. That's how it's going to shape out. We want to create a situation where global dominance is established by a group of countries that form allies and team up in this domain. So when we talk about this thing, my hypothesis on this subject is that there are going to be 4 M's that are going to be very, very important. The first is money. The second is mining. Third is military. And the 4th is morphing. So I'm going to just touch upon all these things and connect them to the technology, how it's going to shape up. It's about creating, money is about creating the space economy. Any space power that does not work on building its space economy will be fizzled out very quickly. The second is mining. It's about actually mastering the ability to extract rare earth metals, rare celestial metals, and also about celestial energy. And so celestial mining is going to be a very important technology of Space Contest 3.0. The third, of course, is military. But this time the military is going to be different. It's going to be counter space operations. The offensive ones will be very specific. It has to be lethal. It has to be cost effective. And it has to reduce the decision OODA loop, which is observe, orientate, decide, and act. The 4th thing is actually the biggest game changer, where people, their mentalities, their lifestyles, their business, the entire society is going to be morphed. So the space technology will be used as a tool for morphing our lifestyles. 4 elements are going to define the growth of space technology. So what are those technological domains that we should be looking at that will help us build these 4 M's? Actually, this thing is already on, so I'm just going to lump together. Instead of going over individual satellites and launch systems, they are lumped together in the net outcomes. The first net outcome of technological domains is accessible technologies and services domain. So we see that there's a change. We are now having near contiguous constellations being built up and very fast. We have recently seen an increase in the launch capacities of all launch vehicles, and the most important is the space segment is now occupied by satellites, which we call as the ubiquitous satellites, so they can have multi-mission satellites. So from dual mode, we are going into multi-mission capabilities. The idea is, from the technological perspective, the idea is low cost, very high reliability, ultra low latency, and very high throughput satellites. The dual use satellite concept has transformed into multifunctional, software-defined, reconfigurable spacecraft that can change their roles and their missions while they are on the orbit. And that used to be not there a couple of years back. This has been tested on the GEO, higher orbit satellites, and now it has been transferred slowly towards the low Earth orbit satellites as well. The second technological domain that we are focused, that will bring about these 4 M changes, is that the space powers realize the fact that they cannot remain relevant as long as their products, space products, and their space services are reliable. They can only remain relevant as long as their services are accessible, and most importantly, they are affordable. To make these products very affordable, they have realized that the baseline is to cut down the cost of launch services. So the launch services that used to cost about $25,000 per kilo to LEO about 10 years back have now come down to about $20,000, around $20,000 to $22,000, thanks to the private sector. And it is supposed to get down to about $25 per kg to LEO in the next 30 to 40 years. And that will be the time when your celestial services will be cheaper than your terrestrial services. And that will be when the entire spectrum will be controlled through the space. So that's what we are doing. And that's, if you look at it, since 2015, 10 new such launch vehicles have been added that are either fully reusable or partially reusable. We have SpaceX, we have Long March 8, we've got Blue Origin, Chooseway, we got Virgin Orbit, Rocket Labs, all coming up with these specific satellites for this very specialized purpose. The third technological domain is, of course, the military front. We've seen that there is almost continuous and fairly unimpeded development of trans-atmospheric hypersonic weapons. We've seen fractional orbit bombardment system again back in business. We've seen, we can see ASAT systems not going anywhere. We also have sustained directed energy weapons now emerging as a technology. Then we have, as Timothy was mentioning, the RPO satellites, and it's been tested with SJ-21, it's been tested in GEO, and now we would be looking at something happening in the LEO in the coming days. And then we have MTI payloads, we got tactical and celestial data links that are connecting the space to the, right down to the terrestrial surfaces. The military contestation is actually, the outcome of this technology is that the military contestation is focused on shortening the strategic and tactical decision time. And this is done by getting inside the OODA loop of your adversary. So the OODA loop is actually the key. And to get into that OODA loop, we need counter space technologies of the offensive type that reduce this decision time. And that's what the whole development will be focused upon. Now, these three technological domains actually result in certain very specific characteristics for this kind of a space contest. The contest 3.0 will witness, of course, this is a race, number one, for global dominance, as I already mentioned. So it's likely to see some kind of, some form of space colonization coming up in the next couple of years. There will be definitely resource extraction, and that means they're going to witness new forms of dispute over celestial resources. We will also possibly see some form of celestial delineation taking place between the space powers. And there will be a very stringent competition for global influence, because you have to morph people to believe that our services and our technologies are the best. So therefore, there's going to be a very different kind of a competition as compared to what we have seen in the previous two eras. On the second characteristic, this is celestial delineation. I've talked about why is celestial delineation going to take place is because there is going to be an energy rush. The world powers understand that the helium-3, the cold fusion energy source, is a vital source. We have already seen that energy relay satellite is already positioned at the second Lagrangian point of Moon, that's by China, and a possible lunar mining is on the card. It's already under development. Then we also see NASA preparing to send its asteroidal mining spacecraft to 511 Davida, and I can say the second one is probably 16 Psyche. So all these asteroids are on the card. The idea is that space contest of 3.0 is actually has a very major component in space mining. And so therefore mastering of new energy and resource supply chains is on the cards. And in doing so, the great powers are tacitly delineating the space territories. This is possibly how it appears to be developing. Then we have the arrival of the private space entities. This, to our side, is actually the game changer. The agents of bringing down the cost of space operations are private sector and not the public sector. So what they have done is they are now producing complete satellite system. We have privately owned global SSA solutions, which is space situational awareness. We have LEO constellations, of course, privately owned. SpaceX is one example. And in August, China launched the Tianfan constellation. This is also privately owned. We have direct-to-home, direct-to-terminal services. We even have space mission operations controls, which are privately owned. We now have launch vehicles, which are privately owned. Things that were not even, could not even be thought of about 15 or 20 years back. The idea is that the characteristic of this contest is that the private space entities are not only cutting down the cost of the space products, they are actually easing the access of the availability of space services to the consumer. The World Economic Forum report, 8th April 2024, has also made this thing pretty clear. space economy is likely to now reach $1.8 trillion mark, and that will be by 2035, in 10 years' time. This is almost 5 years ahead of their previous anticipation, because they believe that the private space companies have played a major role in lowering the cost, increasing the access to services, and bringing about, therefore, a societal level impact on around the globe. So these three characteristics, together with the three technology domains, how are they getting the life? So the lifeline is coming from certain factors. We call them the triggers of attenuation. So they are triggering and attenuating the contest. The first of these is the strategic alliances. There are new power corridors. There is new from the unipolar, we've gone to the multipolar. From multipolar, we might be moving to a bipolar world. In that arena, what is happening is everybody knows, all the space powers know that there is no single, know-it-all, do-it-all power that used to be in the 60s and 70s. In fact, there are going to be diversified power centers of space technology and space economy, creating their own ecosystems. And those ecosystems will have to be based on very strong synergy, very strong cooperation, and most importantly, the ability to contest their own adversary groups. So this is actually the first element of triggering. The second element of triggering is the economic factor. We have seen that $570 billion mark, which is 2023, took 20 years to reach this point. And it will take just 10 more years to jump this $570 billion mark to over 1.8 trillion. That's almost 4 times and half the period. So with this thing on, the private sector is all for grabs. So they are the ones who are actually now fueling the Space Contest 3.0, keeping it alive. The third thing is the trade wars between the countries. Of course, we've seen US and China trade war, and it has all the potential to engulf the space sector as well. We strongly believe that. The nanochip war that's been going on in Taiwan, has already exhibited that it can pitch superpowers in open seas. It can seize production of aerospace and automobile industry. So imagine when the space industry matures into a full-scale economy, private sector becomes stronger than the public sector space entities. The economic interest of private space entities can very well, and we strongly believe, can get space powers to pitch against each other in outer space. We say that trade wars can switch to star wars in just the spur of a moment. That's how it's shaping up. And the last thing is, which should be always natural, it's an organic factor, is the Thucydides trap. I'm a very strong believer of the Thucydides trap because we have the perfect recipe of Thucydides trap now in place. We've got a receding power, and we got a rising power, and we got a resurgent power all in the game. So the dynamics of Thucydides trap should not be removed from this whole picture. President Xi Jinping, in a 2014 address, has already mentioned this thing, and I quote, "We all need to work together to avoid getting into the Thucydides trap," unquote. If we build a convex of this kind of a Thucydides trap, the great powers might become where great powers might at some point become belligerent in outer space. The capability to contest the adversary will not be on historic grounds. It will be actually on technological grounds. And there are 6 factors that we enlist in this case. The first factor I already mentioned is the speed with which the OODA loops will be running through the counter space operations. The second will be the ubiquity that the space systems will be offering to their own to the allies. The third is the terrestrial permeation of the celestial services that will affect the people on ground, so making them loyal to a particular group of the space powers. The fourth will be the extent to which counter space technologies will be able to protect own assets and attack the aggressors if that situation arises. The fourth will be the robustness of economy, for how long the whole thing can be sustained. And the sixth item will be the cooperation between the allies, the degree of synergy that exists between the groups that form a particular space power. So based on this, there are certain, because we're sitting, of course, from that point, we can also have a look at how Pakistan stands in all this. Just a small, excuse me, just a small 2 cents for Pakistan on this aspect. Pakistan is almost like any nascent space power on the rise. And of course, it's been a little erratic, the passage. Our best chances are at converting threats into opportunities. We know that we have a very limited space program at the moment. This is a threat itself, but it also offers two opportunities. The first opportunity is that there is practically very little in the space economy that we have done, so that there is a huge margin. And if we can tap on the potential of space cooperation, then we can actually build our space economy from ground upwards. Secondly, a smaller space program also means a smaller threat matrix. And I've given a talk on this at a previous event. So that means lesser commitment for military space tech as of this moment. This will leverage more economic freedom to build a civil commercial space program. So how to get into that space program? Pakistan might need to correct its strategic alignment in the realm of the growing space power contestation. There are three things we should do. First, we should reassess our national space policy. There are certain shortcomings there. We need to first effectively align the space policy with UN's Space 2030 agenda. We've already made a commitment there, but there is no mechanism mentioned inside. Secondly, we should propose a workable mechanism for civil corporate setup to be working within the space sector. We have already shown the commitment for this also, but there is again a missing link inside as far as the mechanism is concerned. Then we need to reduce reliance on purely on the national space agencies for sustaining and developing commercial space program. In fact, we need to promote and support corporate sector to be doing this job for us, and they can get in touch with the global space companies because there are no regimes in the civil sector. So you can connect with these companies very easily. Our objective as such should be to become a credible continental space power in the next 4 decades by developing a consumer-oriented space economy, one that is based on public and private or private-public ownership for providing 4 core services: celestial broadcasting, celestial internet, education, GIS, and very importantly, ultra-low latency telecommunication, because our telco sector is probably the best we have at this moment. It's only through these people-oriented projects that Pakistan can accrue true benefits and resist the temptation to become another proxy in the space power contestation within the great power competition. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ali Saroj, for such an elaborate discussion. It was actually quite different, but very enlightening. Thank you so much for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, before opening the session for Q&A, I will have just another round from our speakers. If they want to add or respond to something, then we will move to Q&A session. Dimitri, would you like to add something? 3 minutes.
Okay. It was really interesting to hear perspectives from my co-panelists, and I would emphasize that it is a very good idea of SVI to gather people with different backgrounds, with different priorities in their research for this panel. So it's actually, to react in 3 minutes would be too hard of a task. I need, as I've said earlier, each of the topics that we've mentioned, like we have 4 or 5 of us mentioned, deserves separate sessions. So my major point would be that once again, as we are here at a non-proliferation conference, it is a bit countering to the opposite to what is going on in space, because in space we have proliferation of capabilities, proliferation of satellite constellations, and so on. And with that, we might also see proliferation of anti-satellite capabilities. However, to manage it, I think the first step would be to actually map the threat perceptions, map the way people think about space contestation in different countries. Because all those capabilities that were mentioned should be the commercial, but more importantly, the military capabilities that we are discussing. They do not come up, countries do not come up with those, countries do not develop those simply because like they want to have fun, they want to test this or that concept. It is always a result of a very specific threat perception by this and that country. So, as James clearly stated that proliferated satellite constellations, mega constellations, were a result of development of anti-satellite capabilities, and then tools for mass destruction of satellites is a next step, but we should take a few steps back. Like anti-satellite capabilities, they also began to be developed and fielded to some extent because of superiority, because of dominance in like regular satellite capabilities and the missions they could have fulfilled in the military domain. So we'll see what will be the next steps. And thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Dr. Acton, if you want to add or respond to something, you have 3 more minutes, 3 to 5 more minutes. Thank you.
Thanks. I've spoken long enough, but I'd actually like to ask Dimitri a question, if that's okay. You know, Dimitri, you mentioned the Russian initiative for bilateral agreements on the no first placement of weapons in space. And you also mentioned, I think entirely correctly, that Inspector satellites have both entirely peaceful purposes and offensive purposes. You know, they're able to service or repair your own satellites potentially, but also disable an adversary satellite. You know, a particularly good example of this is the US Space Shuttle. Obviously, that's a defunct system now, but the Space Shuttle was funded in part by the US military for the purpose that it wanted the ability to pluck Soviet satellites out of the skies. It wasn't used for that purpose, but it was used for the purpose of plucking an American satellite out the sky in the case of the Hubble repair mission. So, you know, I guess imagine that there was a US-Russian bilateral no first placement of weapons in space, and the US revived the Space Shuttle program. And obviously, this is a very hypothetical scenario here. But in your opinion, is the US Space Shuttle a space weapon?
You'd respond to that straight away.
Okay, thanks. Sorry for ruining the process, but you know, I'd say kind of an anecdote, but with very serious implications. Back in Soviet Union, and now we have plenty of documents and memoirs on that, the space shuttle was perceived not only as a tool to steal satellites or even space stations, but also as a tool for orbital nuclear bombardment. So it was considered a very real weapon back in the day. If we look at the situation today, I would also mention like things like X-37B is also perceived as possible thing that can be used for military purposes. I think the important word that is used by Russian officials when explaining these statements, oh, no first placement of weapons in space, is the transparency. It provides way for interstate transparency. So should Russia and the US engage in discussions on such a joint statement, I'm pretty sure the first step would be to ask very tough questions to each other about the sort of capabilities, and then we might come up with solutions, including solutions in terms of so-called behavioral arms control, which was partly mentioned by Juliana. So to come up with assuring each other that this or that capability is of limited utility as a weapon, to put it this way, because effectively a lot of things in space can be used as repurposed as a weapon, should one need to do so. Again, it's not a perfect solution, and I remember a lot of American Space Force, Space Command officials arguing that some of the Russian inspectors, Russian space orbital inspectors, are actually space torpedoes. But yeah, it would be a good topic to start bilateral and probably multilateral discussions, because of course it's hard to have these discussions with some of the countries who already signed up to this no first placement in space. But again, if we look at the broader issues like the PPWT treaty project by Russia and China, current attitude is very negative from the US and some of the US allies, but it could have been turned in a more constructive manner if we start with the discussion what actually we are discussing that should not be placed in space. Because again, there was some trend to bridge the gap in perception of space security and tools to achieve it when at, I think it was UNIDIR Outer Space Security Conference a few years ago, maybe in 2021, were actually to a direct question, I think, from a British diplomat about whether ground-based anti-satellite capabilities, so-called direct ascent ASAT, will be covered by PPWT. The Chinese diplomat responded, yes, of course, because there will be no targets in space for ground-based anti-satellite capabilities. So there is possibility to bridge the gap while engaging in discussions about this or that initiatives, not simply brushing them away.
Thank you. Thank you for the response. So, Ms. Juliana, 3 minutes more for you, if you want to respond or add to something.
Thank you very much. Yes, I just want to pick up on a couple of trends and dynamics in space that we've discussed since then. I think number one, and it's come up just now again as well, is transparency. I think, you know, what used to happen in space back in the 60s and 70s, you know, specifically what we saw, what was then the Soviet Union and the US, was all sort of hush-hush happening behind closed doors, but that is no longer the case. Even you know, hobby astronomers at this point can tell where certain assets in orbit are. So I think when we talk about attribution in space, and I think quite often the lack of attribution is cited as one of the difficulties when it comes to space and counter space activities in particular, I think that is becoming less and less of a concern. I think the amount of transparency that we now have in space allows us to have a pretty good picture of what is happening, and that also counts, of course, for commercial actors as well. Which brings me to the next point, and that is the diversity of actors. The new space sort of phenomenon, if we may call it that, has obviously already been mentioned. I think it's been interesting to see, obviously, how, you know, the decreasing cost of launch has enabled more and more also commercial actors to get involved in the domain. But I do think we need to be aware of sort of the constrictions here, because I do think specifically what we've been observing in the war in Ukraine, you know, everyone suddenly talks about how it's completely new that commercial actors are getting involved from the space domain, and that's simply not true. I mean, if we're looking at the American campaigns in Iraq and Afghanistan, 90% of the bandwidth at the time was provided by commercial providers as well. So I think we do need to be wary of the sort of press headlines that we sometimes see. And I think lastly, I think we've touched on it a little bit, and specifically James has mentioned it as well, that's the resilience element and the proliferated constellations in particular, and the extent to which we now have to be aware of how resilient space assets need to be, not only to sort of harden them against specific counter-space threats, but, you know, also taking into account environmental factors, space debris, solar flares, etc. So, you know, the need for commercial, I think, is almost built in at this point to be able to guarantee service. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for your comments. Dr. Ali Sarosh, you have 3 minutes if you want to add or respond to something.
One point on this, again, coming back to the commercial space actors, we consider them as the game changers for the ongoing space contest. Unfortunately, within the non-proliferation regime, this is an issue because they are very limited legal frameworks right now covering the work of private sector. And this actually makes things very opaque. So possibly in the coming days or years, all the major space powers will have to get together with the nascent powers, together with the private sector, to actually establish a well-defined legal framework of how they are going to function. We've seen SpaceX being, I guess, fined about $0.6 million recently for using a propellant that was not cleared by FAA. And these things are going to actually grow. And we, just as Dimitri was also mentioning, about the possible proliferation of military space tech. And this anything could happen. So unless we do not have sufficient controls established in this domain, we might find ourselves in a quagmire-like situation in coming years, because they're going to be private sector, they're not public sector. So it's going to be difficult to handle them. So we need to put a well-defined legal framework, a mechanism, we call it the regulatory framework, and we let them grow, but grow with the certain regulations. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now the session is open for Q&A. We would appreciate questions. Kindly introduce yourself. And then, as far as your question is concerned, please be very precise. Dr. Adil to start. I will come to later.
Thank you very much. I'm Adil Sultan. I teach strategic studies, which include politics of space at Air University. First, a question to James. Good to see you, James. You talked about Russian satellite, that space-based nuclear anti-satellite, nuclear-based anti-satellite weapon. Russians might term this as nuclear-powered satellite. So, in your view, how Russia might use this nuclear-based satellite as an anti-satellite weapons, because it is not going to destroy only US-based satellites. Nuclear explosion in space is going to affect the entire space and affect all other countries. Juliana, I'm very fond of your podcast from Rusi. I heard somewhere you drew comparison between geopolitics and astropolitics. Like on geopolitics, we work on geography, and in space there are orbits. So, what are the? How do you compare these two? How this competition you can compare with geopolitics and astropolitics? Dr. Sirosh, for you, thank you very much for this presentation, which was enlightening in a way. Some of the technical issues that you explained to us. And the role of private industry. Elon Musk now controls more than 2/3 of satellites. So that's the influence they have. And the low Earth orbits, they have a limit. If private industries and other countries, they start to, as they're sending thousands of satellites, eventually there would be saturation. How countries like Pakistan are going to be affected in that term, one. Secondly, you talked about celestial mining. Now, this is very interesting because everybody who has the potential, they are rushing to moon and to, as you said, also for resources. Once there are commercial interests, then definitely major powers, they will have the military presence over these celestial bodies. Already, Toyota Buggy is working on something that humans can stay for a couple of weeks over there, and some countries are attempting to build bases in the future. Do you think that kind of militarization on celestial body is going to be there once the mining or the commercial interests grow of these major powers? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your questions. I think we'll have a round of questions. Next question is from Mr. Zahir Kazmi. Sir.
A question to all the speakers, two common points. The first one is that what would potentially prevent the space powers from launching a verifiable initiative or a treaty that bans all anti-satellite weapons rather than just calling for a direct assent weapons ban only? That's my first question. And drawing from what James earlier said, asking Dimitri to define a space weapon, since all the speakers, I assume, agree that we should aspire for prevention of arms race in outer space and potentially reach a treaty on that. What could be a baseline definition, in your perspective, what constitutes a space weapon on which at least 4 of you can agree to? Thanks.
Thank you. We can have one question from Dr. Nasser.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if we can find an opposite of militarization of space. Can it be civilization or civilized behavior in space? And what are the regulatory mechanisms to have a civilized and more responsible behavior from the powerful nations which are having a nuclear program? In fact, I'm asking this question to all the panelists in the backdrop of the recent explosive attacks through pagers and through walkie-talkies by the Israelis to target Hezbollah. Why it is relevant? Because it has shattered the confidence of the consumers on the technology-based whatever instruments are there, whether they are terrestrial or they are non-terrestrial or in the space. So what is the regulatory mechanism to restore the confidence of consumers, whether they are national or they are whether they are private or public sector, that these are not going to be used to target or to spy onto them? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dimitri, you would like to respond?
Oh, okay. I'll start. I would also try to answer the question about how to use a nuclear-tipped anti-satellite capability. Well, clearly there is, I think, no conflicting interpretations here that it is a genuine weapon of orbital mass destruction, and no one will get away from it, at least at selected orbits. So my perception is that first, it is a weapon that will not be deployed there at peacetime, contrary to what some people argue, because it makes little sense. It's not that hard to deploy it when there is a conflict, and then use it. Second, it will be a situation where something really dramatic is already happening on Earth's surface. But alternatively, there are some interpretations that it might be as also sort of a deterrent capability when it is not deployed in space, but when it is on Earth, so somehow it will be a thing that can prevent further escalation, because there will be a belief that we can make it to a step higher. I doubt that it works, that such thinking might help, but so far I haven't seen any very detailed explanation on the scenarios of use. And finally, on this topic, I would mention that even some of the US military officials, they say not about like a project to develop a weapon, but something like a project to look into a possibility of thinking if it will make any sense to deploy such weapon. So I think we're still quite far from this development. But as a natural reaction to a proliferated mega constellations, it does make sense hypothetically, but in practical terms, I doubt that there was deep understanding. Second, on a definition of weapons in space, of space weapons, I think we can actually start from something to find at least some group of such capabilities, and it might have something to do with tools or spacecraft intentionally developed for kinetic attacks against spacecraft or of other countries or Earth-based capabilities. But it will be like really, really baseline, because there will be a lot of other capabilities of military or even weapon nature that will not be covered by this definition. But we can start from that. I doubt that it will be easy to agree or even on this small definition. But well, we need to start somewhere, because alternative is way harder. And on civilization, in how to make space civilized, I mean, there is so many, such a level of degradation of civilization in other domains that to think that we can make things better in space without making things better on Earth, well, I have doubts about it. Although, of course, it might be a very good initiative to embrace, just to show that, okay, we have problems on Earth, but in space we will agree not to beat each other to death. I don't think that on the current environment it is possible, but civilization as an opposite to militarization is a really good term. Thank you.
Thank you, Dmitry, for your detailed response. Dr. Acton, would you like to respond to the questions raised?
Sure. Let me respond to the Air Marshal's question first. Any use of nuclear weapons in space would have vast and indiscriminate consequences. I point out the same could be true, of course, with the use of nuclear weapons on Earth. I mean, it depends a bit more on the scale, the size of the detonation, its location. But it's not as if you could use nuclear weapons on a large scale in Earth without having massive indiscriminate consequences that affected countries besides the belligerents. So, I think the argument would be for why this kind of space-based nuclear capability would be useful is because if you're faced with losing a large-scale conventional war to the United States, which is potentially an existential threat from a US adversary's perspective, maybe the use of nuclear weapons in space looks less bad to you than the use of nuclear weapons on Earth. At the end of the day, the use of nuclear weapons in space would be massively indiscriminate. It would destroy satellites, numerous satellites belonging to third parties. it wouldn't kill people on Earth directly. It might kill them indirectly, but I think you could make a pretty persuasive case to yourself that it would be less bad to use nuclear weapons in space than in Earth. Then, in answer to the question, let me deal briefly with the questions about definitions and dealing with all ASATs. I don't know how to define a space weapon. I think the issue here is it's the behavior that matters, not the weapon. If I have a satellite that I have designed to, some kind of space servicing satellite that I've designed to come to approach my own satellites, repair, service, resupply, whatever. Exactly the same capability could be used to destroy an adversary's satellites. And so for me, the issue here is behavior, not in general, not capability. Now, I think there may be exceptions to that. Obviously the Outer Space Treaty prohibits the placement of weapons of mass destruction in outer space. Maybe one can think about a better defined and verified prohibition on space-based nuclear weapons. It's going to be tough. Maybe that's possible. And, I would recognize that clearly that kind of agreement is much more in the US advantage than it's in Russia's advantage. In terms of the question about dealing with all ASATs, I have slightly conflicting impulses here. If your satellite is being jammed or dazzled, if your satellite, especially if it's being irreversibly attacked with non-kinetic means, that's a big deal for you. On the other hand, direct-to-center attacks are particularly bad because they produce loads of debris. And that's a problem for everybody in space. Part of the reason I thought the US initiative for a moratorium on the testing of direct-to-send ASAT weapons was a good idea was because it was a limited prohibition. It was clearly definable, clearly verifiable, pretty useful as well. Generally where I come out on these issues is it's very good to discuss these issues like definitions. I think the US government makes a big mistake by not even being willing to engage on Russian and Chinese treaty concepts. Even if you think it's not possible to reach an agreement, I think there's a lot of benefit by having the discussion. B, behavior's really what matters in space. And C, though there may be some very specific things like nuclear weapons in space, direct-to-send testing of direct-to-send anti-satellite weapons, where you can make progress on legally binding prohibitions. Let me leave it there.
Thank you. Ms. Juliana, your response to the question, and if you'd like to add something.
Yes, thank you very much for those questions. Interesting question about geopolitics and astropolitics. Obviously, astropolitic, a sort of term that first came up sort of at the end of the last century with Everett Dolman, which obviously tried to picture space as a specific environment as well. But I do think we can also see where geopolitics and astropolitics sort of merge and become one thing. If we're looking at the geography of a state that also decides, for example, its launch advantages or disadvantages, for example, where certain states actually have to, if they want to launch into space, would have to launch against the Earth's spin in order not to overfly other countries, and therefore, obviously, the potential being debris sort of falling down over other countries, posing particular risks, etc. So I do think geopolitics and astropolitics can become sort of blurred. I think in general, when we talk about politics, great power competition, space is part of that already. We cannot see it as a sort of separate entity to that. It's not, there's probably a joke to be made here about space not being a vacuum. So I'll leave it on that bad pun. Talking about arms control treaties in space, I just want to bring it back to the difficulty of verification. Something doesn't have to be a weapon to be used as a weapon. So even if we have all these treaties that say do not place weapons in space, someone could use a satellite used for, I don't know, medical experiments, something, inherently civil, and could just use that satellite and maneuver it into another satellite, thereby using it as a weapon, right? So at that point, that treaty wasn't necessarily broken, but something was still used as a weapon in space. So it's really, really difficult to sort of set those, set that type of arms control, because it has to be behavioral. It can't be based on the technology, because as I just outlined, the technology doesn't have to be made to be a weapon, to be used as a weapon. And I think a similar thing goes for the civilization of space, the question that we had. Things are inherently dual use in space. Most things are dual use. That doesn't mean they're dual purpose, meaning they're not designed to be used for military and civil purposes necessarily, but they could be, right? If you have an Earth observation satellite, for example, that gives you amazing analysis and data on, for example, how different crops are growing in terms of climate change indicators, etc. But it can also be used to tell where military infrastructures are being built, and gives you intelligence in that way. So someone's Earth observation data can also be used as someone else's intelligence, depending on the areas that were flown over. So dual use, we can call it a dilemma, sure, but there's also advantages in that too, right? So I think dual use is just something we have to accept when we're talking about space. And just one other quick comment about arms control treaties, when you were saying sort of, where can we already meet? I think it's also important to remind everyone, because we haven't mentioned it yet, that the placement of weapons of mass destruction in space is already forbidden under the Outer Space Treaty of 1967 and was signed by numerous states. So that is already something that is technically forbidden. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Dr. Elisa Roche, your response to the questions.
I'll start with Dr. Adil's question. I will make a small comment. While on the geopolitics and astropolitics side, the gray area is very big. So the variables are large, but from a technology status point, the situation is much simpler. So first thing, there is a very there is a very clear definition for what a space weapon is. Anything that attacks a celestial asset is a space weapon. So if you have an airborne platform that is going to destroy somebody's satellite, is going to attack from space to space, or from space to Earth, staying beyond the carbon line, that is space weapon. And the definition finishes there. It's very simple and very crisp. And everything falls in between. If there's a simple satellite that has no arms on it, no weapons on it, no robotic arms on it, but it has been called in to do a rendezvous proximity maneuver with the intention of deorbiting another satellite or damaging a satellite, so it's a space weapon now. So the definition as far as the space weapon is concerned is very clear. But if you do the same RPO for the purpose of doing servicing of the satellite, recovering the satellite, uploading certain data, that's not a space weapon. But if you come in and do an RPO with the intention of just monitoring of what the data is being processed on the satellite, then it becomes another space weapon. So it's the intention that matters, and it's how you're going to use the space asset in the orbit. So from technology standpoint, it is pretty simple. Sir, the question of saturation of the LEO, as yet, we are pretty far off from the saturation point, because the space is pretty big. But the way the near contiguous satellite constellations are growing, the problem is not saturation that's going to come up. The problem is something called as the Kessler syndrome. The Kessler syndrome is it's measured by a Goddard graph. The rate at which the chances of the collisions will start to increase. At the moment, the collision chances are less than 0.1% in the lifetime of a spacecraft. The moment we have all these constellations, let's say we have another 10,000 satellites in orbit. SpaceX is there, Tianfan, all have their 25,000 small sats in orbit. At that time, the possibility will jump to about 1%. That's a very big jump. So it may not be exactly that we're going to saturate the orbit. We are actually going to risk the orbit. And so the space safety concerns are going to be there. So therefore, it is linked to sustainability of space operations. So we have to look at it from that perspective. Therefore, minimum separation of the orbits has to be maintained. And so at the moment, UNOSA and IT, all these agencies under the United Nations, they cover these requirements of minimum separation between the orbits. That's also done when you launch your own satellite. So the minimum separation must be there so that you are safely out of phase, I would say, and the risk of collision is very, very low. and out of phase with the other satellites also in the neighboring orbits. So I hope that answers. On the celestial mining, the way things are happening, as yet the extraction has not started. That habitat built up is obviously, we all know, there's a lot of research going on, how to build the lunar habitat, how to do the asteroidal mining. If at some point we are able to break through, get the cold fusion energy transported, let's say theoretically, even to Earth, at that time the risk is going to be high. And that's why I exactly mentioned in my talk also this fact, that the nature of conflict will change. Because at that time, even celestial assets will be the celestial delineation, even hypothetical delineation will be there. I mean, NASA retrieving from lunar mission and going for asteroid and leaving the lunar assets to China actually means that China's Chang'e 6 is now there, the only rover that covers the dark side of the moon. There is only one Lagrangian satellite that covers a relay of energy from the dark side. So it naturally becomes, for a very long time, their piece of land. Similarly, 511 Davida, where
Professor, sorry to interrupt you, but if you can conclude, because we want to take another question.
Thank you. So as far as the A-side weapons are concerned, I've already covered the definition of the basic space weapons. Dr. Nasser was asking about the militarization versus civil space. Technologically, there are 6 jobs that a satellite does: remote sensing, communication, navigation, scientific, military, RCNSM. Unless you categorize a satellite as a military satellite. Otherwise, if it is a single-use satellite, a single-purpose satellite, it's going to be a civil satellite. So the opposite is precisely civil space. So we have military space and we have civil space. And the definitions are very valid. And you cannot destroy a civil space satellite because that will take you on a legal discourse for a very long time. Thank you.
Okay, Stuart, thank you so very much for this detailed response. So we still have a few more minutes, so perhaps we can take another question. Sir, kindly introduce yourself and then kindly tell to whom you have addressed this question. Thank you.
Dr. Shamsi here. Any of the distinguished speaker can answer this question. My question is, how do you convince the powerful states to refrain from race to space? We have the models available. NPT was in place, but we could not convince the states from getting nuclear. Other treaties also, we have the model of arms control and disarmament. And I don't think we can glorify those arms control or disarmament treaties because we are presently in World War 2.5 at the moment. And here in 2024, we are talking of space dominance by 2045. We are in 3.0 at this stage as far as space is concerned. I think for traditional and non-traditional weapons also, we started discussing disarmament from generation 2 to now reached generation 5. So therefore, we have all the models available. We were unable to convince the technological superior.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if you can be precise so that we can have yet another question.
I'm very precise. I just want to know.
Thank you.
I just want to know if the speakers can point out how to convince the developed states from not going into race into space. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. So we have a lady. Can you hand over her the mic? So we'll.
Assalamu alaikum. Zubaida Basi here, Prime Minister's Secretariat. Sorry, I cannot afford the liberty to not associate myself with my parent organization. Apollo-Soyuz test project was first crewed space mission jointly carried out by Soviet Union and America. But in 1975, during peak Cold War era, given this context, would Dr. James, US, and Steph, Russia, would pursue or advocate for any of such initiative if taken by any of such aforesaid states, given the element of China as well, since International Space Station is retiring soon and ILRS is already taking place? One thing. Second thing,
can we just settle with one question because we are already short of time. So thank you so very
sir,
much.
thank you so very much.
The speakers, Dimitri, would you like to say to what to respond to two questions?
Okay, I'll try to be fast. First, well, the good news is that we still cooperate with the Americans on the International Space Station. And I think that even as we are planning to develop our own space station, and the Chinese already have their own space station, some sort of cooperation will continue with inclusion with the US and possibly other countries who will develop tools for develop spacecraft for crewed flights. Because like it is definitely one of the parts where we can engage in military-to-military, scientific-to-scientific cooperation, and it will have good repercussions in other domains. And to the question how to convince developing states not to race in space, well, I don't think we should. I think developing nations, developing countries should engage in space activities. The challenge is the opposite, how to convince spacefaring nations to give access and share technologies with the developing nations. It is very different compared to what we see in other domains. And unfortunately, some of the mechanisms that are in place, for example, missile technology control regime, sometimes affect the ability of developing nations to actually develop space assets. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. James, quick comment in response to these questions. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just respond to the question about US-Russia cooperation. Civilian cooperation in space is way outside my area of expertise. I think it's a very good idea. The kind of cooperation that I would advocate and like to see is cooperation on norms of behavior. One of my own personal ideas I promoted is these safety zones pertaining to high altitude orbits, geosynchronous and Molniya orbits. But basically, there's a lot of technical detail here I won't get into, but is the idea that in those orbits, states agree not to maneuver their satellites within a given distance of other state satellites, unless they give pre-notification ahead of a non-hostile repositioning operation. So, in looking for cooperation, I wouldn't just look on the civilian side. I think there is the potential for military cooperation in military areas would be a good idea. It is politically very, very difficult right now.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Juliana, your quick comment because we are just at the conclusion of our session.
Yes, I mean, first of all, I would like to agree with everything that James has just said. I just want to add something because you used the Cold War example. And I think quite often we look at the sort of space collaboration that happened at the time and think how it sort of furthered and sort of, eased diplomatic tensions. That's actually not true. So there was some research done by Dr. Aaron Bateman, who actually found out that any sort of space collaboration that we saw, including the 1975 mission that you just mentioned, always happened after diplomatic breakthroughs had happened in other areas. So it was more a sort of effect rather than the cause of actually easing tension. So I think we need to be careful with that and sort of cause and effect here. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Dr. Ali Sarosh, your quick comment.
Yeah, on the cooperation side, this May 2024, we've had a very important development. Russia was planning to pull out of the ISS program, and it took the US side a long time to actually convince. And this is despite what was happening in Ukraine, because civil cooperation is so important that Russia decided to actually defer this pulling out for another 10 years. And immediately after that, we now have a seat swapping agreement between Roscosmos and NASA and the ISS consortium, in which they can stake their astronauts, the Russian astronauts, aboard the American spacecraft and vice versa. And so this is a very important development, as important as you mentioned, Apollo-Soyuz docking of 1975.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to all our speakers for this very enlightening and fruitful discussion. Mr. Dmitry Stefanovich, Dr. James Acton, Ms. Juliana Zeus, Dr. Ali Sarosh, thank you for participating in first Islamabad Non-Proliferation Conference. We are really honored and privileged to have you speak here. Thank you so very much. This brings us to the end of our session. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you to all the speakers for their insightful discussions and to the audience for active participation. Now I would like to invite Dr. Naeem Salek, Executive Director, SVI, to present the conference mementos to the speakers and moderator. I would first request Mr. Dmitry Stefanovich to receive the conference memento. I would now request Dr. Ali Sarosh to receive conference memento. Now I would request Mr. Hamdan to receive his conference memento. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the session 3. Please be seated for the keynote address by General Zubair Mahmood Hayat. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed speaker for today's second keynote address, the former Chairman, Joint Chief of Staff Committee, General Zubair Mahmood Hayat, Nishan-e-Imtiaz Military. General Zubair joined Pakistan Army in 1976. He had a decorated military career that spans over the 4 decades. He is a graduate of Fort Sill, Oklahoma, USA, Command and Staff College, Cambridge, UK, National Defense University, Islamabad. He has 2 master's degrees in war studies and military science. He is also a recipient of Humanities Gold Medal, Master Gunner Award, and Master Warfighter Award. He has delivered lectures on peace, security, and defense in foreign military institutions and think tanks across 6 continents of the globe. During his service, the general has commanded an infantry division and corps. His key appointments include Army and Air Advisor, United Kingdom, Chief of Staff of a Strike Corps, Private Secretary to Chief of Army Staff, Director General Staff Duties at General Headquarters, Director General Strategic Plans Division, and Chief of General Staff, Pakistan Army. In recognition of his meritorious services, he has been decorated with Nishan-e-Imtiaz Military, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military. He is also recipient of Legion of Merit of Turkish Armed Forces, King Abdul Aziz Medal of Excellence by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Defense Commendation Medal of Italy. He has been a member of National Security Committee and also the Deputy Chairman of the National Command Authority, the NCA. In November 2016, the General took over as the 16th Chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff Committee. He is also the 3rd Colonel-in-Chief of Regiment of Artillery. In November 2019, he hung his uniform after 43 years of military services. The General continues to give lecture on geostrategy, nuclear matters, issues pertaining to defense and security. Sir, thank you for joining us today, and please kindly I welcome you to share your remarks. Thank you.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by thanking SVI for inviting me to this IPC 24, the first one, and I hope many more. I'm delighted to be among many experts sitting here today. I know you have had a long day and must be looking to wind down, so I won't stand here for long. Let me start by saying that I'm aware that your discussions today revolved around strategic stability, arms control, non-proliferation, and space. And I'm told that these discussions have been both substantive and productive. My compliments. My focus, therefore, today would be to cap it up with a big picture. Ladies and gentlemen, as we meet today at a time when the world is witnessing a rapid and dangerous unraveling of the strategic stability that has underpinned global security for decades. That stability was rooted in mutual understanding of deterrence, and established norms of warfare that are now being eroded by disruptive technologies, hybrid warfare, and shifting global power dynamics, all within the ambit of the great power competition. These elements are reshaping how states interact, how they perceive threats, and they prepare for conflict. Therefore, I believe that strategic stability, from being a pillar, has moved to be a precarious balancing act. For decades, strategic stability has been built on a precarious balance of power, particularly between nuclear-armed states. The doctrine of mutually assured destruction kept nuclear powers in check. Countries understood the cost of nuclear power was far outweigh any potential gains. The arms control treaties signed over the years, such as the INF Treaty and the New START, were not perfect, but they contributed to maintaining a fragile equilibrium. However, we now face an era where this balance is rapidly disintegrating. The collapse of the key arms control treaties and the resurgence of nuclear competition between major power has left a vacuum in strategic stability. Nuclear arsenals are being modernized, new nuclear weapon systems are being developed, and lines between deterrence and provocation are becoming blurred. There is thus a growing risk that miscalculation or misunderstanding could trigger a catastrophic escalation. We are once again on the brink of a global arms race. Look at the Quad and AUKUS. The Quad have introduced destabilizing effects in the Indo-Pacific region by intensifying geopolitical competition. The strategic and political alignments like the Quad and the AUKUS military focus, including Australia's nuclear-powered submarine, are seen as efforts to contain and confront China. This is dangerous. These developments push the region to an arms race, especially in naval capabilities. Additionally, these alliances may disrupt regional cohesion by alienating South Asian nations, which only often prefer neutrality and economic cooperation over militarization. This can lead to a more polarized regional order, thus increasing security dilemmas amongst power in the so-called Indo-Pacific region. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, technological disruption is the new battlefield. The destabilization of the global security goes beyond traditional nuclear arsenals. Today, we live in a world where the most pressing threats are probably no longer purely conventional or nuclear. The advent of disruptive technologies, especially in space, cyber, and AI, have introduced a new set of challenges, making the concept of strategic stability far more complex. First, we have the cyber warfare, the invisible front that has proven capable of undermining national security without a single missile being fired. From cyber attacks on critical infrastructures such as power grids and financial systems to the theft of sensitive data, both national and military, cyber capabilities allow states and non-state actors to inflict severe damage, often without clear attribution. The very nature of cyber space is borderless, fast-moving, and difficult to regulate, making it a breeding ground for instability. Therefore, deterrence in the cyber domain is difficult to achieve. As the lines between civilian and military targets are increasingly blurred and the ability to retaliate against such attacks remain uncertain. Then we have weaponization of space. It's not a question of if, it has already been done. Rise of autonomous weapon systems, the development of AI-driven military technologies such as unmanned drones, autonomous submarines, and robotic ground forces. All this, ladies and gentlemen, is fundamentally altering the character and probably the nature of warfare. These systems can operate faster with greater precision and at a lower cost than human-controlled forces. However, they raise profound ethical and strategic questions. What happens when autonomous systems misidentify targets? What happens when decisions to life and death are handed over to algorithms? The lack of accountability in such scenario is a serious concern, and the potential for accidental escalation is real. Moreover, space, once considered a sanctuary from conflict, is now a militarized domain. Satellites, which we rely for everything from GPS to communication, are increasingly vulnerable to attacks. Anti-satellite weapons, or ISATs, have been tested and deployed, and we have seen that in our neighborhood also, creating the potential for devastating attacks on countries' infrastructure, military command and control systems, and surveillance capability. The militarization of space has the potential to trigger new conflicts, as any attack on a space asset could lead to immediate and unpredictable retaliation. Another word that I would like to highlight is hybrid war and its relationship with deteriorating strategic stability. Hybrid war, which I call as a war without rules. Adding to these technological threats is the rise of hybrid war. The strategy that blends conventional military forces with irregular tactics, including cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, economic coercion, and the use of proxy forces. Unlike traditional warfare, hybrid warfare operates in the shadows, exploiting political and social vulnerabilities to destabilize nations from within. What makes hybrid warfare particularly dangerous is its non-attribution. Cyber attacks, information warfare, and covert operations are hard to trace, allowing aggressor to avoid direct accountability. This complicates the ability of targeted states to respond, often leaving them unable to retaliate without escalating the conflict. Undermining institutions, hybrid warfare doesn't just operate on battlefields, it strikes at the heart of societies and institutions, thus leading to instability. Disinformation campaigns, social media manipulations, and the spread of conspiracy theories are used as tools to weaken institutions, undermine public trust, and sow discord. The goal is not just to achieve military objectives, but to corrode the internal cohesion of nations. The election interferences, both in the West and also in our part, is a prime example. These tactics are now being used worldwide, eroding trust in the system and blurring the line between domestic politics and foreign interference. When citizens no longer believe in the legitimacy of their own governments, strategic stability is at risk, not from external enemies, but also from within. Now, a few words about strategic stability in South Asia. I would be amiss if I do not say that there is growing instability in South Asia. This is due to the rise of Hindutva and shift of the Indian state from India to Bharat. This region was already fraught with complex security challenges. It is now witnessing a growing instability due to the rise of Hindutva ideology in India and rebranding of the Indian state to Bharat. Under the influence of Hindutva, an ultra-Hindu religious nationalist ideology, Indian political and social landscape is being reshaped in ways that threaten the delicate balance of religious and ethnic coexistence, not only within India, but more importantly, across the borders. The increasingly exclusionary policies and rhetoric of the BJP, the RSS, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal, which marginalize the country's Muslim population and other minorities, have fueled internal tensions within Bharat and have created a climate of polarization. This has not only alienated the 200 million Indian Muslims, but has also sent shockwaves throughout neighboring countries like Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Maldives. We are deeply concerned about the treatment of ethnic and religious Muslims, our brothers and sisters across the border. This recent move to rename India as Bharat is an extension of the ideological project to assert Hindu primacy in Indian national identity. This shift signals a deeper departure from the secular principles enshrined in Indian Constitution and has increased the existing geopolitical tensions in South Asia. These developments are further evidence of India's increasing Brahmanism, masking as aggressive ultra-nationalism. The rise of Hindutva and the transformation of India into Bharat is likely to increase the potential for a regional conflict, thus further destabilizing South Asia. Another aspect of destabilization in South Asia is the nature of India's growing nuclear program. This is another critical factor undermining strategic stability. Unlike other nuclear powers, India is operating its nuclear arsenal with extremely little transparency and double talk. As India expands its nuclear capability, developing advanced delivery systems like the ICBMs and the sea-based nuclear deterrence, there is an increasingly concern about what India is doing and why, and its future ambitions. This heightens tensions with Pakistan. Without confidence-building measures or transparent policies, the risk of miscalculation or misunderstanding rises significantly, threatening not only the security of South Asia, but also global strategic stability. As a nuclear conflict in South Asia could have devastating consequences far beyond the region. And I've always maintained Kashmir is the world's largest nuclear flashpoint. So what next? What do we need? First, there's a need for a new framework, a framework of cooperation in this new area, in this new era of strategic instability. It is clear to me, at least, that the old frameworks are no longer sufficient. The post-World War II institutions and treaties designed for a more simpler and predictable time must evolve to address today's challenges. More specifically, we need to rethink arms control in the 21st century. Agreements like New START must be expanded to include new weapon technologies, cyber weapons, autonomous systems, and space-based assets. We must create binding international norms to limit the development and deployment of destabilizing technologies and to regulate the use of AI, especially in military operations and more especially in nuclear side. Secondly, international cooperation is paramount. The threat that we face today do not respect borders. Cyber attacks, disinformation, and hybrid warfare are transnational in nature. No single country can tackle these challenges alone. We need robust multilateral frameworks to share intelligence, coordinate responses, and develop collective defenses against these threats. Unfortunately, I am not very hopeful on these accounts. Finally, we must reinvest in diplomacy. At a time when the trust between the nations is at historic low, dialogue is more important than ever. Open channels of communication, particularly between major powers, are essential to prevent misunderstandings and miscalculations. The stakes are too high for silence or disengagement. So in conclusion, we are living through an era of unprecedented challenges to global strategic stability. The great power competition have made us and the world more dangerous, more unpredictable, more fragile than at any time since the Cold War. It is up to us, through diplomacy, cooperation, and innovation, to develop new frameworks that can restore strategic stability and prevent the catastrophic consequences of a complete breakdown in global security. The stakes could not be higher, and time for action is now. I thank you for a patient hearing.
Sir, thank you for joining us today and sharing your invaluable insights with us. We greatly appreciate your time and expertise. I would like to request Dr. Naeem Ahmed Salik to present conference memento to our keynote speaker. Yes, sure. I would like to request our keynote speakers, moderators, and SVI team to kindly assemble in front of the stage for a group photo. With that, we come to a conclusion of our day one. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our speakers, moderators, and distinguished guests, and the audience for their active participation today. We look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow for another day filled with excellent speakers and important discussions. Thank you so very much.